Plato's philosophical endeavor, born from the devastating trauma of witnessing the execution of Socrates, was an attempt to construct a fortress of reason against the chaotic, decaying nature of the physical world. Believing that the material realm was too fragile and merely a decaying copy of a divine perfect blueprint, the broad-shouldered idealist dedicated his life to teaching the world how to look up toward the eternal, unchangeable forms. This upward gaze reached its most extreme and dramatic political test in a single audacious mission: the ultimate challenge of transforming a tyrant into a philosopher king. The catastrophic failure of this venture at Syracuse did not destroy Plato's idealism, but rather hardened his conviction that true order could only be found in the abstract, leading to his final, somber concession to the limits of human nature. The ultimate test in the lion's den. For decades, Plato had labored on the Republic, the massive book describing the perfect society ruled by a wise leader who loved truth more than power. When an invitation arrived from the powerful city-state of Syracuse in Sicily, it presented itself as the ultimate test: a summons, a temptation, and a trap. The letter essentially said, "You have written about the Philosopher King. Come and make one," daring the idealist to apply his theories to messy, corrupt reality. The target was Dionysius II, the 30-year-old tyrant of Syracuse, a man who possessed absolute power, a fleet of 400 warships, and the emotional maturity of a toddler. Plato, now a man in his 60s, stepped into this lion's den, a metropolis of blinding white limestone, colossal temples, and terrifying wealth, where the air tasted of salt, expensive perfume, and corruption. Armed only with a stick of chalk and a dream, Plato's mission was fueled by desperate optimism and the central thesis of his life: that the world's misery would never end until philosophers become kings or kings become philosophers. He believed he could save the world if he could just teach geometry to the tyrant, because a mind unable to understand the immutable laws of a triangle could never understand the immutable laws of justice. For a brief, surreal moment, idealism seemed to conquer reality. Plato, with his immense charisma and authority, convinced the young tyrant that the path to true power lay not in the sword, but in the soul. A strange fever swept through the palace, leading to the high watermark of idealism. The floors of the royal court, usually polished for dancing, were covered in sand so that the tyrant and his courtiers could draw diagrams. Ardent generals and perfumed aristocrats were found on their hands and knees in the grit, struggling to prove the Pythagorean theorem, as Plato tried to turn a dictatorship into a classroom. The form of the triangle was attempting to conquer the form of the tyrant. The collapse of the blueprint. The honeymoon lasted only a few months before the real world has a way of scratching back against the blackboard. The experiment collapsed due to a fatal flaw in the human equation. Dionysius II found geometry hard, and he found virtue boring. He wanted a secret shortcut to wisdom, but Plato insisted the ascent from the cave is a steep, jagged climb for everyone, even kings. The courtiers, who viewed the grim Athenian philosopher with amusement and feared he would dismantle their gravy train, began to whisper that Plato was not a teacher, but a conspirator. Paranoia, the disease of tyrants, set in. Dionysius II accused Plato's ally, Dion, of treason, had him exiled, and Plato himself was left no longer a teacher, but a prisoner in a gilded cage. Trapped in the palace citadel, surrounded by mercenaries, the greatest mind in the Western world was trapped. He was forced to realize that his beautiful theory of the perfect state had just crashed into the jagged rocks of human psychology. He had tried to impose a perfect blueprint on an imperfect man, and the man had rejected it. Eventually, Plato was allowed to leave, returning to Athens, humiliated, exhausted, and lucky to be alive. The tragedy, however, repeated itself. Years later, Plato incredibly went back for a third trip, which ended even worse, with him nearly killed by the tyrant's guards. It was a humiliating lesson in the limits of philosophy, confirming that the upward glance had failed to see the knife hidden in the sleeve. The legacy of defeat, the laws. When Plato finally walked back through the gates of the academy, the failure was profound. Aristotle, the realist, watching the entire debacle from afar, viewed it not as a tragedy, but as a data point. The experiment confirmed Aristotle's suspicion that you cannot just dream up a republic in your head and expect real humans to live in it. For Plato, the defeated master, the experience shattered his hope in individual perfection and forced him to retreat further into the certainty of mathematics, the only realm that hadn't betrayed him. In his final years, he drafted his great, grim work, The Laws, a dramatic shift from the idealism of the Republic. Syracuse had taught him that power does not philosophize, power corrupts. He realized that waiting for a messiah of wisdom, a perfect king, was a recipe for disaster. Instead of the perfect state, he proposed a second-best state, a city not ruled by a perfect man, but ruled by rigid, unbending laws. These laws were shackles designed to keep the wild beast of human emotion in check. This darker vision was a concession that, if we cannot climb out of the cave, we must at least organize the furniture in the dark so we don't hurt each other. The failed experiment of the Philosopher King thus served as the ultimate proof of Plato's idealism. Because the material world, human nature, political chaos, was inherently corrupt and unstable, the only salvation lay in the immutable, unbending structure of abstraction. Whether that structure was the perfect form of the good in the heavens, or the perfect, unforgiving structure of law here on earth. The idealist had been thrown by the world, and in response, he built his fortress walls even higher, choosing the cold certainty of the line over the chaos of human flesh. Before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Let me know your city and local time in the comments so we can see where everyone is listening from. End of part 1. Close your eyes and let the glare of the modern world dissolve into a soft, grey twilight. Imagine the air growing warmer, carrying the scent of dry earth, heated limestone, and the faint, salty tang of the Aegean Sea. We are drifting back across the currents of time, 24 centuries into the past, to a small, dusty prison cell, carved into the rock of the Hill of the Muses in Athens. It is the year 399 BC, a year that will leave a scar on the Western mind that never fully heals. The light here is dim, filtering in through a narrow barred window, catching the dust motes that dance in the silence. You can feel the rough texture of the stone floor beneath you, cool and unforgiving. Outside, the city of Athens is buzzing with the chaotic noise of a democracy that has lost its way. Merchants shouting prices, politicians arguing in the agora, the wheels of carts grinding against the cobblestones. But inside this cell, the air is heavy with a terrifying calm. A group of men stands weeping, their shoulders shaking with grief, while one man, older, with a snub nose and bulging eyes that sparkle with an irritatingly sharp intelligence, sits calmly on the edge of his bed, rubbing his leg where the shackles have just been removed. This is Socrates, and in his hand he holds a cup not of wine, but of hemlock, a thick, earthy sludge that promises a numbness starting at the feet and creeping slowly, inevitably, to the heart. This is the moment the dream of Athens dies, and the dream of Plato begins. Plato himself is not here, or at least, that is what he will tell us later. In his writings, he inserts a small, curious line. Plato, I believe, was ill. Historians still argue whether this illness was a physical fever or a sickness of the soul, a grief so profound he could not bear to watch the city he loved murder the man who taught him how to think. It is a convenient absence, allowing him to paint the scene not with the gritty realism of a witness, but with the poetic elevation of a dramatist. But even from his sickbed, or perhaps pacing outside the prison walls, the young Plato feels the shock wave. He is 28 years old, a young man with broad shoulders. His name, Platon, actually means broad, possibly a nickname from his wrestling days. And he has spent his youth following this barefoot, annoying, brilliant old man through the streets, watching him dismantle the egos of the powerful with simple questions. Plato had expected a life in politics. He was born to it, an aristocrat with lineage stretching back to kings. But as the sun sets over the Acropolis, painting the Parthenon in hues of violet and blood orange, Socrates drinks the poison. He does not rage. He does not beg. He simply obeys the laws of a city that has betrayed him, treating death as just another philosophical question to be explored. As the numbness claims him, the young Plato's world fractures. How could the freest city on earth, the democracy that prided itself on openness, vote to kill the wisest man alive? The answer that settles in Plato's heart is cold and hard as the prison floor. The mob is a beast. The majority is not wise. The majority is merely loud. And in the silence that follows Socrates' last breath, a resolve hardens in the young wrestler's soul. He realizes that the world of politics, of flesh and blood and votes, is a shadow world, prone to corruption and madness. If there is to be justice, it cannot come from the chaotic opinions of the crowd. It must come from something else, something higher, something unchangeable, something that does not drink hemlock when the voters get angry. The death of Socrates is the moment Plato turns his back on the real world to search for a better one, igniting a quest that will eventually lead him across the sea to the tyrants of Sicily, armed with nothing but a theory that could save the world or break it. The execution of Socrates was not merely a death. It was an earthquake that shattered the moral geography of Athens. And for those who had sat at the old man's feet, the aftershocks were terrifying. The city, once the cradle of their identity, now felt like a predator waiting to strike again, its marble colonnades casting long, suspicious shadows over anyone who dared to ask difficult questions. And so, the young wrestler turned philosopher did what many disillusioned souls do when their world collapses. He packed his bags and ran. The camera of history pulls back now, rising from the stone prison of Athens to follow a solitary figure moving south, a cloak wrapped tight against the wind, boarding a ship bound for the open sea. This marks the beginning of Plato's wandering years, a decade-long odyssey that reads like a gap in the manuscript of his life, filled with ink blots of legend and the salt spray of the Mediterranean. He was a fugitive of the mind, fleeing the chaos of democracy in search of a truth that did not depend on a show of hands. His journey first took him to Megara, a short distance away, where he huddled with other frightened disciples. But soon the horizon called him further, pulling him towards the ancient silent sands of Egypt. To a Greek in the 4th century BC, Egypt was not just another country. It was a land of time itself, a place where statues stared at the sun for 1,000 years without blinking. Imagine the sensory shock for the young Athenian, leaving the noisy, arguing, shifting streets of the agora for the crushing, monumental silence of the Nile. Here, under the white-hot gaze of the desert sun, Plato walked among temples that made the Parthenon look like a child's toy block set. The air here smelled of baking clay, lotus flowers, and the dry, ancient dust of eternity. He spent time, or so the stories tell us, with the priests of Heliopolis, men who shaved their heads and kept the calendar of the stars with terrifying precision. There is a gentle humor in imagining Plato, the proud Greek aristocrat who could trace his lineage to the god Poseidon, standing before these withered Egyptian elders and being scolded like a schoolboy. One priest, looking down at the inquisitive Greek, famously told him, "You Greeks are ever children. There is no such thing as an old Greek." It was a sting that must have resonated deeply with Plato. The priest meant that the Greek memory was short, constantly resetting with every flood or war, while Egypt remembered everything. This encounter planted a seed in Plato's heart that would grow into a mighty tree, the love of stasis. He began to admire a society that did not change, where art followed rigid rules for centuries, where the hierarchy was as solid as the pyramids, and where no one voted on the truth. If Athens was a frantic teenage rebellion, Egypt was a stern, immutable grandfather, and Plato, grieving the chaos that killed Socrates, found a strange comfort in this rigidity. But the priests could only teach him about the past. To build the future, he needed a different kind of language, and so the wanderer moved on, sailing west across the glittering dark waters to the coast of Italy, to the sun-drenched cities of Magna Graecia. Here, the air was different, sharper, smelling of pine and olives, and the intellectual climate was dominated by the cult-like followers of Pythagoras. Historians still argue whether Plato was formally initiated into their secrets or merely audited their classes from the back row. But the impact was undeniable. The Pythagoreans were a strange, disciplined brotherhood who believed that the universe was made of numbers. They lived in silence, wore white robes, and refused to eat beans, a dietary restriction that has puzzled scholars for centuries, though one might gently suspect it had something to do with maintaining a dignified silence in the meditation hall. Jokes aside, what they offered Plato was the missing piece of his puzzle. In Athens, truth was rhetorical. Who could argue the best? In Egypt, truth was traditional. What did the ancestors say? But for the Pythagoreans, truth was mathematical. A triangle is a triangle, whether you are a king or a slave, whether you're happy or sad, whether you are in Athens or on the moon. The square root of 2 does not care about your feelings. For Plato, this was a revelation as blinding as the Italian sun. Here was a realm of perfect, unchangeable truth that existed above the messy world of flesh and blood. He met Archytas of Tarentum, a philosopher general who was both a brilliant mathematician and a capable ruler, a living proof that a man could study geometry and still run a city. Archytas became a friend, a mentor, and perhaps the first model for the Philosopher King, though even he could not predict the disaster Plato would later face in Sicily. Walking along the rocky shores of Tarentum, listening to the rhythmic crash of the waves which the Pythagoreans believed echoed the music of the spheres, Plato began to synthesize the trauma of Socrates, the stability of Egypt, and the purity of Italian mathematics into a single grand vision. He saw that the physical world, the world where Socrates died, was just a shadow, a flawed copy of a perfect mathematical reality. He realized that to fix the world, one had to stop looking at the shadows and start looking at the light. He was no longer just a refugee. He was an architect gathering his materials. The wandering was coming to an end. He had seen the ancient past in Egypt and the abstract eternal in Italy, and he knew it was time to bring this fortress of reason back to the place that needed it most. He booked passage back to Athens, not to rejoin its politics, but to build a new kind of city within the city, a garden where the mind could be safe from the mob. The sea breeze stiffened, filling the sails, and the prow cut through the wine-dark sea, carrying the philosopher home, ready to plant the grove that would overshadow empires. The Athens that Plato returned to was the same collection of sun-bleached stones and shouting merchants. But the man who walked through the Dipylon gate was no longer the grieving wrestler who had fled a decade earlier. He moved with the heavy, deliberate gait of a man carrying a blueprint for the salvation of the human soul, his eyes scanning the horizon, not for a political platform, but for a sanctuary. He knew now that he could not save the city from within the marketplace. The noise of the mob drowned out the quiet frequency of truth. He needed a fortress, a place where the mind could be unchained from the demands of the daily news cycle, a laboratory where he could breed a new kind of human. He turned his back on the bustling agora with its fishmongers and demagogues, and walked about a mile northwest, outside the city walls, to a quiet, leafy suburb dedicated to an obscure local hero named Hecademos. This was the Grove of Academus, a public park that served as both a gymnasium for sweating athletes and a sacred precinct for ancient olive trees. It was here, amidst the scent of crushed herbs and the rhythmic thud of wrestlers' bodies hitting the sand, that Plato purchased a small plot of land and quietly founded the Western world's first university. It was not a university in the way we imagine it today. There were no tuition fees, no dean's list, and certainly no football team. Though, given Plato's background, the wrestling team would have been formidable. It was, legally speaking, a thiasos, a religious guild dedicated to the muses, a clever legal maneuver that gave the school protection under religious law, effectively making it a tax-exempt church of reason. The atmosphere of the academy was a strange, intoxicating blend of a monastery, a mathematics camp, and a revolutionary cell. Imagine walking into that grove on a warm Athenian afternoon. The light filters through the broad leaves of the plane trees, dappling the ground in shifting patterns of green and gold. You can hear the distant drone of cicadas, the murmur of deep conversation, and the scratching of styluses on wax tablets. The young men gathered here were the sons of the elite, the golden youth of Greece, who had traded their horses and hunting dogs for the rigors of dialectic. They wore simple cloaks, grew their beards long in the Spartan fashion, and adopted a seriousness that likely terrified their parents. There is a gentle humor in visualizing these intense young aristocrats who could have been drinking wine at symposia, instead furrowing their brows over the properties of an isosceles triangle, convinced that finding the hypotenuse was the first step to saving their souls. And indeed, mathematics was the gatekeeper. Legend holds that above the entrance to the academy, Plato hung a sign that read, "Let no one ignorant of geometry enter here." Historians still argue whether this sign physically existed or was merely a metaphorical warning barked at newcomers. But the sentiment was absolute. For Plato, geometry was not just a subject, it was a detergent for the mind. It scrubbed away the reliance on sensory perception. This line looks straight, and replaced it with intellectual certainty. This line is straight by definition. If you couldn't handle the abstract truth of a circle, you certainly couldn't handle the abstract truth of justice. In this leafy isolation, the academy became a world unto itself, a counter-Athens, while the democracy down the road decided matters of state by counting the raised hands of uneducated farmers and pottery makers. The academy operated on a ruthless hierarchy of intellect. Here, a majority vote meant nothing. A single logical proof outweighed the opinion of 1,000 men. It was an intellectual meritocracy that bordered on a cult of reason. They ate together simple meals of figs, olives, and watered wine, and they walked together. The famous peripatetic style of learning, where thought moves at the speed of footsteps. Plato, the master, would walk among them, not as a preacher delivering a sermon, but as a guide, a midwife of ideas, as Socrates had claimed to be, asking questions that gently steered them away from the shadows and toward the light. Yet, there was a tension here, a soft dramatic undercurrent beneath the calm discussions. These men were not just studying for the sake of curiosity, they were preparing for a takeover. The academy was designed to be a factory for philosopher kings. The goal was to take these young, malleable minds, strip them of their desire for wealth, fame, and applause, and rewire them to desire only the good. It was a radical, dangerous ambition, to breed a ruling class that actually hated ruling, who would view power not as a prize, but as a heavy burden, to be born for the sake of the less enlightened. As the years passed, the reputation of the school grew. It became a magnet for the weird and the brilliant, a place where a mathematician from what is now Turkey could debate a botanist from Lesbos. It was a safe harbor where the dangerous questions that killed Socrates could be whispered safely among friends. But it was also a place of profound disconnect. The deeper they went into the abstract, the further they drifted from the reality of the city outside their walls. The Athenians viewed the academics with a mix of suspicion and ridicule, seeing them as pale, murmuring ghosts who had forgotten how to live. A contemporary comic poet even cracked a joke about them, describing the students as hunched over, examining the rear end of an onion to discover the secrets of the universe. Plato likely didn't mind the jokes. In fact, he probably welcomed the scorn. It proved his point. The masses were stuck in the mud, laughing at the astronomers who were looking at the stars. Safe within his grove, surrounded by the best minds of his generation, Plato began to feel that the fortress was secure. The foundation was laid, the walls of logic were high, and the students were eager. It was time to put the great vision onto papyrus. In the quiet of the olive shade, with the noise of the real world filtered out by the leaves, the master picked up his pen to draft the most famous and perhaps most misunderstood image in the history of philosophy. A story about a cave, a fire, and the terrifying blindness of the human race. In the quiet solitude of the academy, perhaps by the flickering light of an oil lamp that cast its own dancing shadows against the limestone walls, Plato began to compose the central myth of his existence. He was not merely writing a textbook. He was drafting a map of the human soul, a cartography of our blindness. The story he penned is one you likely know, or think you know, for it has echoed through every century since, appearing in everything from Christian theology to science fiction movies. It is the allegory of the cave, but to understand it truly, one must imagine Plato's hand trembling slightly as he wrote, for this was not just an abstract puzzle. It was a eulogy for Socrates and a condemnation of everyone else. He asks us to imagine a grim, subterranean chamber, a cavern where human beings have been imprisoned since childhood. They are not free to roam. They are bound by chains at their legs and necks, fixed so rigidly that they cannot even turn their heads. All they can see is the wall of the cave in front of them. Behind them, unseen, burns a fire, and between the fire and the prisoners runs a raised walkway. Along this walkway, puppeteers carry objects, statues of men, animals, tools, whose shadows are cast by the firelight onto the wall before the prisoners. The prisoners, having never seen anything else, believe these shadows are the only reality. When a shadow of a lion passes, they say, "Look, a lion." They do not know it is merely a dark, distorted outline of a wooden carving, which itself is only a copy of a real lion. They award prizes to whoever can predict which shadow will pass next, honoring the sharpest eyes in the darkness, unaware that they are scholars of nothing, experts in illusion. This haunting image was likely inspired by the shadow puppet theaters that traveled through ancient Greece, a popular entertainment where the mechanics of deception were obvious to the audience but hidden from the characters. Plato takes this mechanic and expands it to encompass the entire human condition. "We are the prisoners," he whispers. "The world we see, the trees, the stars, the politicians, the wars, are merely shadows. We take them seriously, we fight over them, we kill for them, but they are fleeting, decaying copies of a higher invisible truth." But then, the story takes a violent turn. Suppose, Plato writes, that one prisoner is forcibly freed. He is made to stand up, to turn his neck, a movement that brings sudden, cramping pain after a lifetime of stasis. He is dragged toward the fire, the light stinging his eyes, making him weep. He is confused, angry, and terrified. He would likely beg to be allowed to sit back down and watch the comfortable shadows. But the liberator drags him further, up a rough, steep ascent, out of the cave entirely, and into the sunlight of the upper world. Here, the sensory overload is total. Blinded by the true sun, he can see nothing at first, but slowly, his eyes adjust. He sees reflections in the water, then the objects themselves, real trees, real birds, and finally, he dares to look up at the sun itself. He realizes with a shock that creates a new universe in his mind. The sun is the cause of everything. It is the source of the seasons, the light, the life. The shadows down below were meaningless without this light. He has accessed the realm of the forms, the eternal truths that do not change or decay. This ascent is the education of the philosopher. It is the transition from the world of becoming, where things grow, rot, and die, to the world of being, where truths like justice, beauty, and mathematics exist forever, perfect and untouched by time. But the story does not end with the escape, and this is where the shadow of Socrates falls heaviest across the parchment. The freedman, filled with pity for his fellow prisoners, decides to return to the cave. He descends back into the dark, but now his eyes are used to the sun. In the gloom, he is blind again, stumbling and awkward. He cannot see the shadows clearly anymore. He looks foolish. The prisoners, still chained, laugh at him. They say that his journey upwards has ruined his eyes. When he tries to explain the sun to them, they think he is mad. He tells them their prizes are worthless, their reality is a lie, and their lives are a joke. They do not thank him. They get annoyed, and then, in a line that chills the blood, Plato writes that if they could get their hands on him, they would kill him. Here, the allegory ceases to be a story and becomes a historical indictment. The prisoners are the citizens of Athens. The man who returned was Socrates. And they killed him because he tried to make them look away from the shadows. There is a profound, melancholic beauty in this conclusion. It is Plato admitting that the philosopher will always be a stranger in the world of politics. The philosopher is the man who has seen the sun and must now try to explain it to men who have only seen flashlights. It is a recipe for clumsiness and tragedy. Historians still argue whether Plato intended this allegory to be a message of hope that education can free us, or a message of despair that the majority will never leave the cave. The text supports both, balancing perfectly between the optimism of the teacher and the cynicism of the survivor. Yet, within this dark vision, Plato plants the seed of his political ambition. The reason our cities are miserable, he argues, is that they are ruled by people who are still fighting over shadows. They fight for power, money, and land, thinking these things are real and substantial. But the philosopher, the one who has seen the sun, knows that power is just a shadow. He does not want it. And therein lies the great paradox that will drive the rest of Plato's life. The only person fit to rule is the person who does not want to rule. The ideal city, therefore, must be an aristocracy of the enlightened, not a rule by the rich or the strong, but a rule by the reluctant. Those who have ascended must be forced by duty and law to descend again. They must be compelled to leave the sunlight of contemplation and sit in the dank cave of government, not because they enjoy it, but because the alternative, being ruled by shadow lovers, is worse. It is a noble, terrifying duty. Plato imagines a class of guardians who sacrifice their own happiness to manage the shadows for the rest of us. They will have no private property, no families, no gold, nothing that would tempt them to love the cave more than the sun. They are to be monastic warrior scholars, purely devoted to the good. As Plato laid down his stylus, the concept of the Philosopher King was born, not as a tyrant, but as a martyr, who gives up the peace of the library for the noise of the council chamber. It was a beautiful theory, perfect in its logic, unassailable in its geometry. But as he sat in the quiet grove, listening to the wind rustle the olive leaves, Plato could not yet know that the universe has a cruel sense of irony. It was one thing to write about the Philosopher King in the safety of the academy, building him out of words and dreams. It would be quite another to try and build him out of flesh and blood. The cave is a metaphor, but Sicily was a real place, and its shadows were about to prove far more dangerous than anything on a wall. The ink dried, the scroll was rolled, and the blueprint was finished. Now, fate just needed to provide the construction site. In the golden, dusty afternoons of the academy, while the cicadas hum their endless rhythmic chant in the olive branches, the greatest architectural project in human history begins, not with stone or timber, but with words. Plato, surrounded by his circle of intense, bearded disciples, starts to dictate the structure of the Callipolis, the beautiful city. It is a city built entirely in the mind, a city in speech, constructed to solve a single, nagging problem. Where is justice? Since justice in a single human soul is hard to see, like reading small print from a distance, Plato proposes a method of magnification. Let us build a city from scratch, he suggests, his voice steady and hypnotic, and watch justice grow within it. If the city is the soul writ large, then by ordering the state, we order the self. And so, the construction begins, rising from the papyrus scrolls like a geometric dream. It is a city of terrifying symmetry, a utopia that feels less like a home and more like a crystal clockwork mechanism. Plato divides this imaginary populace into three rigid castes, mirroring the three parts of the human soul. At the bottom, broad and sturdy, is the class of producers, the farmers, the smiths, the merchants. They represent the appetite of the city, the stomach. They are allowed the comforts of life, private property, money, and families. They are the bronze and iron souls, necessary but dangerous if left unchecked. For appetite always wants more. Above them, a sharper, harder class emerges, the auxiliaries. These are the soldiers, the police, the guardians of order. They represent the spirit, the chest, the thumping heart of a courage. They are the silver souls, living in communal barracks, forbidden from touching gold or silver, trained like purebred watchdogs to be gentle to their masters and ferocious to wolves. And at the very top, the smallest and most reluctant group, the guardians proper, the gold souls. These are the rulers representing reason, the brain. Their only job is to think, to gaze at the forms, and to steer the ship of state, not by the winds of popularity, but by the stars of truth. It is here, in the design of the guardian class, that Plato's blueprint becomes both visionary and deeply unsettling to the modern ear. He strips his rulers of everything that makes us human. Friends have all things in common, he declares, sweeping away the concept of the private family. In this perfect city, no guardian knows who their father or daughter is. Children are taken at birth to a communal nursery. Parents are strangers to their offspring. Why? Because family creates bias. A father will steal to feed his son. A mother will lie to protect her daughter. To create a ruler who cares only for the state, you must surgically remove the biological instinct to favor one's own blood. It is a chilling efficiency, a logic that prioritizes the health of the hive over the happiness of the bee. Yet, amidst this cold restructuring, Plato drops a bombshell that likely made his students gasp. In a world where women were confined to the loom and the kitchen, unseen and unheard, Plato asks a simple question. Do we use the female watchdog to guard the flock, or do we keep her inside because she bears puppies? The answer is obvious. The female bites just as hard. And so, in the Callipolis, gender is irrelevant. Women can be guardians. Women can be philosopher kings or queens. It is a flash of feminism 2,000 years before the word existed, born not from a sense of rights, but from a ruthlessness of efficiency. If a woman has a gold soul, it is a waste of state resources to keep her in the kitchen. But how do you keep such a rigid structure from collapsing? How do you convince the man with the iron soul to stay in the field and the man with the silver soul to die for a city he doesn't own? Here, the lover of truth introduces the most controversial tool in his kit, the Genion pseudos, the noble lie. It is a necessary fiction, a myth told to the citizens to keep them content in their chains. We will tell them, Plato whispers, that they were all born from the earth, and that the god mixed different metals into their souls before birth. It is not their fault they are bronze. It is not their merit they are gold. It is simply divine chemistry. Historians and political theorists still argue fiercely over this passage. Is it a blueprint for totalitarian propaganda, or a cynical admission that all societies, even the best, rely on foundational myths to survive? Is the American dream, or the divine right of kings, any different from Plato's metals? Plato offers no apology. To him, the ruler is a doctor, and sometimes the doctor must lie to the patient to get them to take the medicine. The deception is for their own good. The lie maintains the harmony, and harmony is the definition of justice. As the scroll unrolls, the city becomes more detailed and more alien. We see the rigging of the mating lotteries, where the rulers secretly pair the best men with the best women to breed superior children, all while pretending it is the will of chance. An ancient, eerie form of eugenics. We see the banishment of the poets, for poets tell lies about the gods and stir up messy emotions. Homer is kicked out of the perfect city because he makes us cry, and a crying guardian is a weak guardian. The city is silent, efficient, pious, and mathematically perfect. It is a masterpiece of intellectual architecture, a city of words that gleams with the cold, hard light of the intellect. But as the sun sets over the academy, casting long shadows across the olive grove, a sense of unease lingers. This city has no laughter. It has no mess. It has no freedom as we understand it. It is a statue, beautiful and dead. Even Plato seems to sense the absurdity of it. The 3 waves of laughter he expects to crash over him for suggesting such radical ideas. Yet, he insists it is possible. It is not a fantasy. It is the only way to stop the cycle of tyranny and chaos. But a blueprint is not a building. Paper is patient. People are not. The theory was complete, sealed in the dry air of the seminar room. But for the theory to live, it needed a body. It needed a king with a soul of gold and the power to reshape reality. And just as the ink was drying on these radical proposals, the fates were spinning a thread in Sicily that would offer Plato exactly what he asked for and punish him for asking. The Republic was finished. Now, the real world was waiting to tear it apart. The blueprint of the Callipolis was complete, a towering cathedral of logic constructed in the silence of the olive grove. But at its heart lay a paradox so sharp, so counterintuitive, that it threatened to collapse the entire structure. It was the problem of desire. In the world Plato saw around him, the noisy, brawling world of Athenian democracy, politics was a magnet for the ambitious. Men sought office for the same reasons. They sought gold or lovers, to satisfy a hunger. They wanted the roar of the crowd, the power of the decree, the adrenaline of the spotlight. But Plato, watching with his heavy-lidded skeptical eyes, realized a terrifying truth. The very desire to rule disqualifies a man from ruling. If you want the chair, you are already dangerous, for you will use the chair to feed your hunger. The politician treats the state as his personal larder. The tyrant treats it as his playground. How then can a city ever be safe? The answer Plato arrived at was a radical inversion of human nature. The only safe hand on the sword of state is the hand that would rather be holding a book. The only true king is the one who views the crown not as a prize, but as a penalty. To explain this to his bewildered students, who likely dreamed of their own political careers, Plato summoned one of his most enduring and sensory metaphors, the ship of state. Imagine, he whispers, a ship sailing through the night. The ship is the city. The ship owner, the people, is big and strong, but he is deaf, short-sighted, and knows nothing of navigation. The sailors are the politicians. They fight one another for control of the helm, quarreling, plotting, and throwing their rivals overboard. They ply the ship owner with wine and drugs, chaining him to his sleep so they can loot the cargo hold. These sailors believe that navigation is merely the art of seizing the wheel. They have no idea that there is a true art of steering, which requires watching the stars, the winds, and the seasons. And standing apart from this drunken riot is the true pilot, the philosopher. He stares at the sky, not the deck. To the sailors, he looks useless, a stargazer, a babbler with his head in the clouds. They mock him because he does not know how to fight for the wheel, but he is the only one who knows where the ship is going. If the ship is to survive the storm, the sailors must be suppressed, and the stargazer must be dragged to the helm, even if he kicks and screams. This creates the central tragedy of the Platonic system, the reluctance of the wise. A man who has ascended from the cave, who has seen the blinding perfection of the good and the mathematical purity of the forms, has no interest in returning to the darkness to settle disputes about property lines or tax codes. It is like asking a man who has walked on the moon to come home and manage a landfill. Why would he do it? He has found happiness in the realm of the mind. To rule is to descend. To rule is to lose. And so Plato argues, we cannot rely on volunteers. In a perfect city, there are no campaigns, no speeches, no vote for me. Instead, there is conscription. The wise must be forced to rule. And what force is strong enough to compel a philosopher to give up his books? Not money, he despises it. Not honor, he sees through it. The only lever strong enough is fear. The chief penalty, Plato writes, is to be governed by someone worse if a man will not himself hold office. The philosopher takes the crown only to keep it out of the hands of the fool. He rules not out of love for power, but out of self-defense. It is a beautiful, melancholic vision, a government of the sad and the dutiful. It imagines a cabinet of ministers who sigh when they enter the council chamber and smile only when they are allowed to leave. It removes the ego from politics by making politics a burden. But as the students scribbled these notes on their wax tablets, a quiet skepticism must have rippled through the grove. It is one thing to say that philosophers should rule. It is quite another to explain how this miracle is supposed to happen. How do you convince the drunken sailors to step aside? How do you make the mob accept the rule of the stargazer? Plato knew that the Philosopher King was a third wave, a massive crashing breaker of an idea that would likely drown anyone who tried to surf it. He admitted that such a regime was unlikely, perhaps even impossible, a pattern laid up in heaven, rather than a plan for earth. And yet, the logic held. Unless political power and philosophical wisdom were fused into the same person, there would be no rest from misery for the human race. The diagnosis was perfect. The cure was just unavailable. So the academy became a place of waiting. It was a monastery for a religion that had no church, a training ground for officers in an army that had no country. For 20 years, Plato taught, walked, and wrote, refining the theory, polishing the arguments until they shone like diamonds. He grew older. The broad shoulders of the wrestler began to stoop. The beard turned silver. The chaotic world outside continued its messy cycles of war and peace, ignoring the quiet fortress of reason in the suburbs. It seemed that the Republic would remain just a book, a ghost city inhabited only by thoughts. But history has a way of answering the quietest prayers with the loudest thunder. The world was about to knock on the Academy's door. It would not come in the form of an invading army or a political revolution, but in the form of a simple scroll sealed with wax, carried by a messenger across the Ionian Sea. The useless stargazers were about to be offered the wheel of the biggest, most dangerous ship in the Mediterranean. The theory of the reluctance to rule was about to be tested against the temptation of absolute power. The silence of the garden was ending. The noise of the court was beginning. The summons did not come with a thunderclap, but with the quiet, rhythmic slap of oars against the water in the harbor of Piraeus. It arrived in the hands of a messenger, dusty and smelling of sea salt, carrying a scroll sealed with the heavy wax crest of Syracuse. To understand the weight of this moment, one must understand the destination. Syracuse was not merely another Greek city, it was the Island of Fire, a metropolis perched on the edge of the known world in Sicily, sitting beneath the smoking snow-capped cone of Mount Etna. If Athens was the Oxford of the Mediterranean, old, dusty, intellectual, and slightly faded, Syracuse was its Dubai or New York. It was a city of blinding white limestone, colossal temples that made the Parthenon look modest, and wealth that terrified the rest of Greece. It was a place where the currency was power, where tyrants ruled not with votes but with mercenaries, and where the air was thick with the scent of saffron, roasted meats, and the metallic tang of blood. It was a volcanic society, both literally and politically, always one tremor away from eruption. And it was here, into this cauldron of excess, that the quiet librarian of Athens was being called. The letter was from Dion, Plato's most devoted student, and the brother-in-law of the city's ruler. The news it carried was momentous. The old tyrant, Dionysius of Thymsos, a man of legendary cruelty who had once sold Plato into slavery, a story the philosopher rarely spoke of, was dead. The throne now belonged to his son, Dionysius II. The new ruler was 30 years old, uneducated, spoiled, and possessing the attention span of a gnat. But he was not yet cruel. He was a blank slate, a lump of clay waiting for a sculptor. Dion's plea was urgent and masterfully targeted at Plato's conscience. Now is the time, the letter effectively argued. If ever the union of philosophy and power is to be achieved, it is now. Dion promised that the young tyrant was eager to learn. that he was listening to reason, and that if Plato came quickly, they could transform this dictatorship into a kingdom of virtue without shedding a drop of blood. It was the golden ticket, the chance to bypass the slow, grinding work of convincing the mob and simply install wisdom directly at the top. Plato sat in the garden of the academy, the scroll trembling slightly in his hands. He was 60 years old. His joints ached in the damp winters. His wrestling days were long over. The idea of leaving the sanctuary of his olive trees for the shark tank of the Sicilian court was physically repulsing. He knew, better than anyone, the dangers of Syracuse. He remembered the last time he had visited, decades ago, how the banquets twice a day and the endless intrigues had sickened him. He knew that the reluctance to rule he had written about so eloquently was now being tested on him. He didn't want to go. He wanted to stay here, writing dialogues and drawing circles in the dust with his students. But the trap he had built for himself in the Republic now snapped shut. He had written that the philosopher must return to the cave. He had argued that to refuse to rule is a crime against the good. If he stayed in Athens, he would prove himself to be a fraud, a man of mere words, logos, who lacked the courage for deeds, ergon. Historians still argue about the authenticity of the seventh letter, the document where Plato explains his agonizing decision, but the psychological portrait it paints is undeniably real. It shows us a man wrestling with his own legacy. He admits to feeling ashamed at the thought of staying home. The fear of being a hypocrite outweighed the fear of the tyrant. He looked around his academy, the safe, quiet world he had built, and realized he had to leave it to prove it was worth anything. The decision was made. He would pack his few belongings, his scrolls, his cloak, perhaps a few geometric instruments, and board the ship. He was trading the realm of the forms for the realm of the flesh. The journey itself was a transition between worlds. As the ship cut through the Ionian Sea, moving west towards the setting sun, Plato must have felt the atmosphere shift. The clarity of the Athenian light gave way to the hazy, heat-shimmering intensity of the Italian south. Sicily was a land of extremes, brighter flowers, sharper thorns, sweeter wine, and deadlier politics. It was a place where the Greeks had forgotten the moderation of the mainland and surrendered to the sheer scale of the landscape. As the coastline of Syracuse came into view, dominated by the massive fortress of Ortygia, the tyrant's island citadel, Plato was sailing into the belly of the beast. This was not a classroom. It was a fortress surrounded by double walls, guarded by foreign mercenaries who didn't speak Greek, and ruled by a court that functioned like a viper's nest. The arrival was deceptively triumphant. The young tyrant, Dionysius II, eager to be seen as a cultured patron of the arts, sent a royal chariot to meet the philosopher at the docks. One can imagine the scene. The grey-bearded, somber academic stepping off the creaking wooden gangplank, blinking in the harsh Sicilian sun, surrounded by the noise of a city that was too loud, too bright, and too fast. He was greeted not just as a teacher, but as a savior. The court was buzzing with rumors. Some said he was a sorcerer. Others said he was a prophet. The young king waited in the palace, a boy in a man's robe, nervous and excited, thinking he had bought himself the ultimate luxury item, the smartest man in the world. But Plato was not a luxury item. He was a Trojan horse. He carried within him a set of ideas that, if unleashed, would dismantle the very tyranny that welcomed him. He was coming to teach geometry, yes, but he believed that geometry was the weapon that would kill the dictator and birth the king. As the chariot rattled over the cobblestones toward the fortified gates of Ortygia, the portcullis rose like the jaws of a trap. The philosopher entered the citadel. The experiment had begun, and somewhere in the shadows, the realists and the sycophants were sharpening their knives, waiting for the old man to make his first mistake. To understand why Plato stepped into the lion's den, we must first look into the eyes of the lion tamer. Before the young tyrant, before the mercenaries, and before the tragedy, there was Dion. In the crowded, perfumed corridors of the Syracusan court, Dion stood out like a jagged rock in a bowl of soup. He was the uncle of the young ruler, a man of immense wealth and noble blood, yet he moved through the palace with the austere, terrifying grace of a Spartan general, while the rest of the court was busy drowning in the famous Syracusan excesses, banquets that lasted until dawn, wine drunk unmixed with water, and gossip that flowed thicker than honey. Dion was sober, silent, and relentlessly serious. He was the kind of man who likely viewed laughter as a mild inefficiency. He wore his cloak simple and rough, a visual rebuke to the silks and gold threads of his peers, and he possessed a gaze that could wither a sycophant at 20 paces. To the party-loving courtiers, he was an unbearable buzzkill, a walking reminder of their own shallowness. But to Plato, he was the miracle. Years earlier, during Plato's first visit to Sicily, Dion had been the only one who truly listened. While others yawned at talk of virtue and forms, Dion's soul had ignited. He had absorbed the Platonic doctrine with a ferocity that even Plato found startling. He was the living proof that philosophy wasn't just for the classroom. It could take root in the heart of a politician and survive the toxic soil of a tyranny. Dion was the bridge. He was the middle term in the logical syllogism of Plato's life. If Plato was the theory and Syracuse was the reality, Dion was the force that tried to jam them together. He loved Plato with a reverence that bordered on worship, and Plato, in turn, loved him back, not merely with the affection of a teacher for a student, but with the deep, aching hope of an architect looking at his first successful building. In his letters, Plato speaks of Dion with a warmth he reserves for almost no one else. He saw in this stern aristocrat the potential for a new kind of leader, someone with the steel to rule, but the wisdom to despise the trappings of power. But Dion had a flaw, one that history whispers to us through the centuries. His virtue was cold. He lacked the soft touch, the ability to charm the beast of the public. He treated his fellow courtiers not as people to be persuaded, but as errors to be corrected. He once wrote to Plato, complaining about the hostility he faced, and Plato, with the gentle humor of a mentor who knows his student too well, wrote back a warning. "My dear friend, please remember that to deal with men, one must be liked by them. Austerity is the companion of solitude." It was a warning Dion would never quite understand. He believed that if he was right, that should be enough. He did not realize that being right is often the quickest way to get yourself killed in a palace. Yet, it was Dion's desperate optimism that set the wheels in motion. He looked at his nephew, the young Dionysius II, and saw not a spoiled brat, but a lost soul waiting to be found. The boy is not evil, Dion likely argued in his letters to Athens. He is merely unformed. We, he believed that under the layers of indulgence and ignorance, there was a spark of goodness in the young tyrant that only Plato could fan into a flame. It was a seductive narrative. Dion painted a picture of a revolution from above, a bloodless coup, where geometry would replace the guillotine. He convinced himself, and then he convinced Plato, that the young tyrant was hungry for philosophy. In reality, the young tyrant was likely hungry for novelty, for the prestige of having a famous pet intellectual. But Dion's intense sincerity blinded him to the shallowness of his nephew. He was a man of iron, trying to mold a man of water. This relationship, the stern, demanding uncle and the insecure, powerful nephew, was the fulcrum upon which the fate of Sicily rested. Dion was playing a dangerous game. By inviting Plato, he was effectively declaring war on the lifestyle of the entire court. He was telling the mercenaries, the flatterers, and the cooks that their time was up, and that the time of the geometer had arrived. He was betting his life, and Plato's life, on the idea that truth is more powerful than pleasure. As Plato's ship docked, Dion was there, standing tall and unsmiling, the mastermind of the experiment. He watched the old philosopher descend, his heart lightly pounding beneath his austere robes. He had arranged everything. He had prepped the patient for the surgery. But as he guided Plato through the labyrinth of the palace, past the whispering guards and the jealous eyes of the court factions, perhaps even Dion felt a flicker of doubt. He was bringing a torch into a room full of gunpowder, hoping it would provide light, but forgetting that it might just cause an explosion. The stage was set, the actors were in place, and the tragedy of good intentions was about to begin. In the year 367 BC, a collective shudder passed through the Greek world, traveling from the drinking halls of Athens to the mercenary camps of Sparta. Dionysius the Elder, the iron-fisted master of Syracuse, was finally dead. The cause was fittingly theatrical. The old despot, who fancied himself a poet as much as a warlord, had received news that his tragedy, The Ransom of Hector, had won first prize at a festival in Athens. In a fit of celebratory excess, he drank himself into a stupor and never woke up, killed by the only thing he couldn't conquer, his own vanity. With his last breath, the iron wall of Sicily collapsed, leaving behind an empire that was the envy and the nightmare of the Mediterranean. To understand the trap Plato was walking into, we must understand the shadow cast by this dead man. Dionysius, he was not merely a king. He was a self-made monster of efficiency, a man who had risen from a lowly clerk to become the ruler of Europe, controlling more wealth and warships than any single Greek had ever possessed. He had turned Syracuse into a fortress state, inventing the gastrophetes, the belly bow, and the catapult, turning warfare into a science of mechanics. He was a genius, a builder, and a paranoid sociopath. The atmosphere he left behind was thick with the residue of his terror. Legend whispered that the old tyrant was so afraid of assassination that he allowed no metal razors to touch his face. Instead, he forced his daughters to singe off his beard with glowing, hot walnut shells. He slept in a bedchamber, surrounded by a moat, raising the drawbridge himself before closing his eyes. He supposedly constructed the ear of Dionysius, a limestone prison cavern carved in the shape of a human ear, which channeled the acoustics so perfectly that he could sit high above in a hidden crevice and hear every whisper of the prisoners below. This was the DNA of the Syracusan court, a place where walls had ears, where trust was a fatal weakness, and where power was maintained by the constant application of overwhelming force. The courtiers who survived this regime were not statesmen. They were survivors, hardened creatures of the dark, who knew how to smile while checking the exits. Into this vacuum of terrifying competence stepped his son, Dionysius II. And here lies the tragic irony that would doom Plato's mission before it even began. The old tyrant, in his obsession with security, had made a fatal calculation regarding his heir. Fearing that a capable son might overthrow him, he had raised Dionysius II in total isolation, keeping him locked inside the citadel like a rare bird in a covered cage. The young prince was 30 years old when he took the throne, but emotionally and intellectually, he was a stunted child. He had never led an army. He had never debated in the assembly. He had never been allowed to make a meaningful decision. While other princes were learning the art of war, Dionysius II had spent his decades in the seraglio, whittling little wooden wagons, constructing lamps, and drowning in a sea of sensory indulgence. He was soft, eager to please, and terrifyingly insecure. Imagine the sensory shock of this transition. The court, once ruled by the terrified silence of the father, suddenly exploded into the chaotic noise of the son. The chains of adamant that held the empire together were now in the hands of a man whose hands shook. The mercenaries, sensing weakness, began to grumble for higher pay. The aristocrats, smelling blood, began to form factions. The immense fleet of 400 triremes, warships with 3 banks of oars that could smash a hull at full speed, sat in the harbor, waiting for a command that might never come. Syracuse was a loaded weapon left on a table, and the toddler had just picked it up. This was the dangerous vacuum that Dion saw not as a peril, but as a divine opportunity. A strong tyrant is hard to change. He is set in his ways, hardened by his scars. But a weak tyrant is malleable. Dion looked at his nephew and saw a soul of soft wax. The boy was desperate for a father figure, desperate for validation, and desperate to prove that he was more than just the son of the monster. He wanted to be modern. He wanted to be sophisticated. He wanted to be the opposite of the rough, walnut-singed warlord who had raised him. This psychological fragility was the key. Dion realized that they didn't need to overthrow the state. They just needed to reparent the child. But there is a dark side to the vacuum that perhaps even Dion missed. A man who has been denied power for 30 years does not usually react to it with wisdom. He reacts with appetite. Dionysius II was starved for experience. He didn't just want to rule. He wanted to be adored. He wanted the applause that his father had bought with fear to be given to him freely. This hunger for validation made him susceptible to flattery. And in a court filled with professional liars, that was a lethal defect. He was a man who would agree with the last person who spoke to him. If Dion spoke of virtue, he loved virtue. But if a drinking buddy spoke of wine, he loved wine. He was a weather vane spinning in a hurricane. As the funeral pyre of the old tyrant burned down to ash, sending a plume of grey smoke drifting over the Ionian Sea, the stage was set for a clash of titanic proportions. It would not be a clash of armies, but a clash of influences. On one side stood the memory of the father, the brutal, cynical realism of absolute power, supported by a court of hard-drinking soldiers and spies. On the other side stood the hope of the uncle, the austere, geometric idealism of the academy. and in the middle sat the 30-year-old boy king, playing with his wooden carts, waiting for someone to tell him who he was supposed to be. The empire was holding its breath. The lion's den was open, and far away in Athens, the philosopher was packing his bags, unaware that he was not traveling to teach a student, but to fill a void that was darker and deeper than any cave he had ever imagined. The ship that carried Plato away from the safety of the Piraeus was a modest vessel, likely a merchantman trading in wine or pottery, its wooden hull groaning under the rhythmic assault of the Aegean waves. As the coastline of Attica, the violet-crowned hills of home, faded into a grey smudge on the horizon, Plato stood at the rail, a solitary figure wrapped in a heavy cloak against the salt spray. He was leaving behind the realm of the Logos, the ordered world of argument and definition, and sailing toward the realm of Tyche, blind fortune, to a man who had spent decades teaching that the soul should be like a still pool of water. This journey must have felt like a surrender to the storm. He was carrying with him not just his own reputation, but the fragile hope of Western philosophy. If he failed, the haters of reason, the misologists, would laugh for centuries, pointing to Syracuse as proof that wisdom is helpless against power. The voyage itself was long and perilous, a passage through the unpredictable currents of the Ionian Sea, where storms could shatter a trireme like a toy, and pirates patrolled the straits with hungry eyes. Yet, the physical danger was nothing compared to the metaphysical danger waiting on the other shore. He was sailing to cure a patient who didn't know he was sick, armed with a medicine, mathematics, that tasted bitter to the tongue of a king. As the days turned into weeks, the character of the light began to change. The soft, diffuse clarity of the Greek mainland gave way to the harsh, vibrant intensity of the Italian south. The blue of the sea deepened. The sun felt heavier, pressing down on the deck with a physical weight. And then, finally, the great harbor of Syracuse rose from the mist like a vision of imperial excess. To an Athenian eye, used to the modest, chaotic charm of the agora, Syracuse was a terrifying marvel of engineering and ego. The city was vast, sprawling 5 times the size of Athens, a metropolis of blinding white limestone that seemed to glow with an inner fire. Dominating the view was the island citadel of Ortygia, the tyrant's personal fortress, connected to the mainland by a heavily fortified causeway. It was a city built for war, its walls bristling with the latest catapults, its harbor choked with the masts of 400 warships, a forest of timber capable of projecting power across the entire Mediterranean. This was not a city-state, it was a superpower. The air here didn't smell of olive groves and dust. It smelled of roasted meats, exotic spices from Carthage, horse sweat, and the metallic tang of bronze. It was a sensory assault, a place where appetite was law and restraint was a foreign language. The arrival was a piece of meticulously choreographed theater. When Plato's ship docked, the reception was not the quiet greeting of a scholar, but the fanfare of a visiting head of state. Dionysius II, desperate to signal his sophistication to the Greek world, had ordered the royal chariot to wait at the quayside. One can imagine the scene. The gangplank lowers, and out steps the 60-year-old philosopher, his beard grey, his eyes scanning the crowd with the analytical detachment of a man watching a play. He is greeted by Dion, whose austere face likely betrayed a flicker of desperate relief, and then ushered into the chariot. As the wheels rumbled over the paved streets, passing through the massive gates of the citadel, Plato was crossing a threshold from which there would be no easy return. The gates of Ortygia were famous for being easy to enter and impossible to leave. He was now inside the dragon's lair, a fortress within a fortress, where the tyrant lived surrounded by a personal army of foreign mercenaries, Gauls, Iberians, and Campanians, who spoke no Greek and felt no loyalty to anything but the gold coin. Inside the palace, the atmosphere was a strange, suffocating blend of luxury and paranoia. The floors were mosaics of staggering beauty, depicting scenes of hunting and mythology, but the corridors were lined with guards whose eyes tracked every movement. The air was thick with the smoke of expensive incense, designed to mask the smell of the stables and the kitchens. But it couldn't mask the scent of fear. The courtiers, the friends of the tyrant, watched the newcomer with a mixture of curiosity and predation. They were men who had survived the brutal reign of the father by being useful, funny, or invisible. They wore silks dyed in Tyrian purple, the most expensive substance in the antiquity, and their fingers glittered with rings. To them, Plato was a curiosity, a dusty relic from Athens who would likely bore the king for a week before being discarded. They did not yet understand that he was a threat to their entire way of life. And then, the meeting, the moment the philosopher met the king. Dionysius II sat on his throne, a young man with soft hands and eager, shifting eyes, draped in robes that cost more than a philosopher earned in a lifetime. He looked at Plato and saw a father figure who could validate his intellect. Plato looked at Dionysius and saw a soul in danger. The tension in the room must have been electric, the collision of two universes. Plato did not bow and scrape. He spoke with the quiet authority of a man who fears nothing but falsehood. He did not compliment the king's robes or his fleet. He lightly asked a question, a simple, piercing inquiry about the nature of the good. And for a moment, the young tyrant was captivated. It was the novelty of truth in a room built on lies. The honeymoon had begun. The gates of the citadel boomed shut behind them, sealing the philosopher inside the golden cage. He was now the personal property of the most powerful man in Europe. The experiment was alive. The chalk was in his hand. But as he looked around at the sycophants and the swords, Plato must have realized that teaching geometry here would be like trying to light a candle in the middle of a hurricane. The transformation of the royal court began not with a proclamation, but with a piece of chalk. In the heart of the tyrant's palace, in a chamber usually reserved for plotting naval blockades or counting tax revenues, a strange new ritual commenced. The doors were closed. The guards were stationed outside, their ears straining to hear the screams of torture or the clinking of wine cups, but hearing only silence. Inside, the most powerful man in the Western Mediterranean, Dionysius II, sat not on his golden throne, but on a simple wooden stool. Opposite him sat Plato, the broad-shouldered Athenian, holding a stylus and pointing to a layer of fine sand spread across a table. The lesson had begun. The subject was not statecraft or war or economics. It was geometry. To the modern mind, this seems absurd. Why teach a dictator about isosceles triangles when he holds the power of life and death? But for Plato, this was the only way. You cannot teach a man to be just if he cannot understand the concept of a standard. A man who cannot grasp that the angles of a triangle must always add up to 180 degrees, regardless of his mood, his wealth, or his army, will never grasp that justice is an absolute law that applies even to kings. Geometry was the first chain Plato placed upon the tyrant, a chain made of pure logic. For Dionysius, this was a shock to the system. He was a man who had spent his entire life in a world of yes. If he said the sky was green, his courtiers agreed it was a lovely shade of emerald. If he wanted a woman, she was brought. If he wanted a man dead, he fell. His will was the only law he knew. But the triangle said no. When he drew a line crookedly in the sand, Plato did not praise it. He corrected it. For the first time in 30 years, the tyrant encountered resistance. And surprisingly, he didn't call for the executioner. He leaned in. There is a profound psychological seduction in being treated like a student. It stripped him of the crushing weight of his father's legacy and allowed him for a few hours a day to be just a man trying to solve a puzzle. Plato, playing the role of the spiritual midwife, gently guided the young king's clumsy mind. He spoke of the difference between the becoming, the shifting, messy world of sensory perception, and the being, the eternal, unchangeable world of forms. He showed Dionysius that a circle drawn in sand is never perfect. It is just a copy. The real circle exists only in the mind of God. The young tyrant was mesmerized. He began to see himself not as a mere warlord, but as an initiate into a secret brotherhood of wisdom. He felt the thrill of intellectual elitism. He wasn't just a rich boy anymore. He was a philosopher. This was a dangerous vanity, of course. Dionysius was falling in love with the image of himself as a sage, rather than the hard work of wisdom itself. But for the moment, the results were miraculous. The fever of philosophy began to rise in his blood. He started quoting Pythagorean maxims at the dinner table. He dismissed his dancing girls early so he could study his theorems. He looked at his uncle Dion with a newfound respect, seeing him not as a scold, but as a senior partner in the quest for truth. The lion was purring, but Plato was not naive. He knew he was walking a razor's edge. He had to be careful not to bore the king, yet he could not dilute the truth. He was administering a potent drug to a volatile patient. Historians still argue about the specific curriculum Plato used. Some suggest he started with the Meno, discussing virtue, while others insist he went straight to the heavy mathematics of the Timaeus. Whatever the text, the dynamic was clear. Plato was trying to build a soul inside a man who had only ever had appetites. He was trying to install a conscience into a machine built for consumption. He would watch Dionysius struggle with a proof, his brow furrowing, his soft hands dusty with chalk, and perhaps see a glimmer of hope. Maybe, just maybe, the wax was taking the seal. The sessions grew longer. The king began to cancel audiences with ambassadors. He started to ask questions about the nature of the good. Is the good pleasure? He might ask, hoping for a yes. No, Plato would answer, his voice calm and unyielding. Pleasure is fleeting. The good is eternal. Dionysius would nod, pretending to understand, desperate to keep the approval of this stern, fascinating father figure. He was like a child, showing a drawing to a parent, seeking validation. And Plato, in a calculated gamble, gave him just enough praise to keep him hooked, but enough criticism to keep him hungry. He was trying to lead the king up the steep ascent from the cave, step by painful step. Outside the classroom, the palace held its breath. The silence from the royal chambers was more terrifying to the courtiers than any shouting match. What were they doing in there? Was the Athenian wizard casting a spell? Was he turning the king against his friends? The friends of the tyrant, the Philistus faction, the mercenaries, the hedonists, felt the ground shifting beneath their feet. They realized that if Plato succeeded, if the king truly converted to this austere philosophy, their days of wine and plunder were over. They couldn't fight geometry with swords. They had to wait. They had to watch. They had to find the moment when the king's attention span snapped, when the climb became too steep for his soft legs. But for now, inside the quiet room, the impossible was happening. The tyrant was listening. The chalk scratched on the slate. The dust motes danced in the shaft of light. And for a brief, breathless moment, the history of the world seemed poised to turn on the axis of a single geometrical proof. The Philosopher King was no longer a myth. He was a work in progress, sitting on a wooden stool, trying to understand why a square is a square. The fascination with the new magic of philosophy did not remain contained within the private chambers of the tyrant. Like a fever, or perhaps a fashion trend, it broke containment and swept through the corridors of the citadel, creating one of the most surreal spectacles in the history of the ancient world. The geometry craze of 366 BC transformed the royal court of Syracuse from a den of vice into a frantic, makeshift university. It began when Dionysius, eager to show off his new intellectual muscles, ordered that his courtiers also be instructed in the mysteries of the triangle. The result was a scene that would have been hilarious if the stakes weren't so terrifyingly high. Imagine entering the Great Hall, a space previously dedicated to drinking bouts, dancing girls, and the planning of naval invasions. Now, the polished limestone floors were buried under layers of fine pale sand, the ancient equivalent of a chalkboard. Everywhere you looked, the most dangerous men in the Mediterranean, generals with scars from the Carthaginian wars, admirals who commanded fleets of triremes, and aristocrats whose fingers were heavy with looted gold, were down on their hands and knees, crawling in the grit. Their expensive Tyrian purple robes were stained with dust as they struggled to draw perfect circles and bisect angles with trembling hands. The air, once filled with the clinking of wine cups, was now filled with the scratching sound of styluses and the murmuring of grown men trying to recall lessons they had ignored in childhood. It was a high watermark of idealism, a moment where the sheer force of Plato's personality seemed to bend reality itself. The palace became a theater of the absurd. A courtier who wanted to gain the king's ear could no longer approach him with a joke or a piece of gossip. He had to approach with a theorem. "Sire," a general might say, brushing sand from his knees, "I have contemplated the nature of the dodecahedron." It was a massive collective performance of intellectual virtue. To be in was to be a geometer. To be out was to be ignorant of math. But beneath the scratching of the styluses, a profound insincerity festered. Most of these men did not care about the forms. They cared about their careers. They viewed geometry as the new password to power, a temporary insanity of the king that had to be indulged. They were mimicking the motions of wisdom without swallowing the medicine. They were shadow painting, creating the appearance of a philosophical state, while their souls remained firmly rooted in the appetites of the cave. Plato, walking among them like a stern headmaster, surely saw through the charade. He saw the generals glancing at the water clocks, waiting for the lesson to end so they could go back to their wine. He saw the suppressed yawns hidden behind hands covered in chalk dust. But he also saw the power of the ritual. Even if they were faking it, the mere act of faking it was a victory for civilization. For a few months, the swords stayed in their scabbards. The torture chambers were quiet. The fleet stayed in the harbor. The energy of the state was being channeled into the harmless, abstract realm of shapes and numbers. Doyon alone walked through this dusty wonderland with a sense of grim vindication. To him, the sight of the court on its knees was not a farce, but a triumph. He believed the wolf was truly turning into a dog. He saw his nephew's enthusiasm as genuine proof that the soul could be reordered. But Dion was blinded by his own rigor. He didn't understand that for men like Dionysius and his sycophants, philosophy was not a life commitment. It was a hobby. It was a novelty, like a new type of exotic dancer or a rare animal from Africa. It was fun as long as it was new and as long as it was easy. But geometry gets harder. The bridge of asses, the complex theorems that weed out the casual students from the true mathematicians, was approaching. The initial thrill of drawing shapes was about to be replaced by the grinding mental labor of proofs, and the king, who had never worked for anything in his life, was about to hit the wall of his own intellectual stamina. The cracks began to show in small sensory ways. The king would fidget during the long lectures on the immortality of the soul. He would look out the window at the harbor, where the sun glinted off the waves, beckoning him back to the easy pleasures of the world. He started to make jokes about the dusty old men from Athens. The courtiers, sensing the shift in the wind like the predators they were, began to relax. The sand on the floor was swept away less frequently. The wine cups began to reappear. The theatrical production of the Philosopher King was entering its second act, and the audience was getting restless. The whispers began, quietly at first, then louder. Why are we listening to this Athenian? Has the king lost his mind? Dion is using the old man to steal the throne. The dust on the palace floors was about to be replaced by something far more slippery: betrayal. The golden age of the triangle was ending, and the age of the knife was returning. Plato, the architect of this dream, found himself standing in the middle of a room full of kneeling men, realizing that while he had captured their attention, he had never truly captured their hearts. The sand was just sand, and the wind was about to blow it all away. The golden haze of the geometric fever did not fade all at once. It curdled. As the novelty of the triangles began to wear off, the silence of the study hall was replaced by a low, persistent murmuring in the corridors, a sound like dry leaves skittering over stone. The old guard of Syracuse, the men who had built their fortunes on the brutal realism of the father, had realized that the sun was drifting away from them. They saw the sand on the floor not as a sign of enlightenment, but as an encroaching desert that threatened to bury their influence. Leading this counter-revolution was Philistus, a man who was the dark mirror of Plato. He was a soldier historian, a hardened veteran who had served the old tyrant with ruthless efficiency. He believed in power, not forms, in fleets, not virtues. To Philistus, the sight of the king kneeling in the dust with an Athenian pacifist was not just embarrassing. It was a national security crisis. He rallied the mercenaries, the spies, and the drinking companions, forming a party of realism to combat the party of idealism. The war for the soul of the tyrant had moved from the classroom to the shadows behind the marble columns. The weapon of choice was not the sword, but the whisper. It began with subtle insinuations dropped during the king's moments of fatigue. "It is strange," a courtier might murmur while pouring wine, "that Dion is always the one urging you to study, while he himself spends his time inspecting the fleet." The seed was planted, the idea that philosophy was a distraction, a heavy blanket thrown over the king's eyes to blind him while others stole his kingdom. They painted Plato not as a wise teacher, but as a foreign agent, a sophist sent by Athens to weaken Syracuse from within. "Look at him," they whispered, pointing to the austere philosopher. "He tells you to dismantle your fleet. He tells you to disband your bodyguard. And who benefits if Syracuse is weak?" Athens. It was a crude lie. Plato had never suggested disbanding the state, only reforming it. But to a paranoid mind, it had the ring of terrifying truth. The courtiers played on Dionysius's deepest insecurity, the fear that he was not a real king, but merely a placeholder for his brilliant, severe uncle. The atmosphere in the palace shifted from a university to a viper's nest. The courtiers began to intercept glances during the lectures. When Plato spoke of the danger of appetite, the hedonists would cough or shuffle their feet, a subtle signal of rebellion. When Dion spoke of duty, the generals would roll their eyes, a silent pact of mockery. They were isolating the philosophers, drawing an invisible circle around them. Dionysius, caught in the middle, began to oscillate wildly. In the morning, under Plato's gaze, he was the devoted student, eager to ascend to the good. But at night, surrounded by his drinking buddies and the friends of the tyrant, he was the suspicious autocrat, terrified of being played for a fool. He began to test Dion, asking trap questions, looking for signs of condescension. He started to view the geometry lessons not as a liberation, but as a test of obedience. And he was beginning to resent the teacher. Then came the smoking gun, the piece of evidence that the enemies of philosophy had been praying for. Dion, in his naive arrogance, had written a letter to the generals of Carthage, the eternal enemy of Syracuse, advising them on how to negotiate a peace treaty with the new regime. He had essentially said, "Do not speak to the king without me present. I will ensure the terms are stable." To Dion, this was simply responsible statesmanship. He was the experienced hand guiding the novice. But to the spies who intercepted the letter and brought it to the king, it was treason. It was proof that Dion considered himself the real power in Syracuse. The letter was carried to the royal chambers, not with a shout, but with the quiet, devastating precision of an assassin's blade. Philistus laid it on the table. The king read it, and in that moment, the triangle shattered. The fragile trust that Plato had built over months of patient instruction evaporated in a single second of panicked realization. The king felt the cold chill of the knife in the sleeve. He realized, or thought he realized, that the geometry was a lie. The sand was a trap. The old man was a decoy. The tragedy of this moment lies in the silence that followed. Dionysius did not immediately arrest Dion. He did not scream. He simply folded the letter and smiled, a terrifying, hollow smile that belonged to his father. He continued the lessons. He continued to nod at Plato's proofs. But the eyes had changed. They were no longer the eyes of a student looking at the sun. They were the eyes of a predator looking at prey. He invited Dion to walk with him in the palace gardens, down by the seawall where the waves crashed against the rocks, drowning out conversation. He put his arm around his uncle's shoulder, a gesture of affection that was actually a restraint. The friends of the tyrant watched from the balconies, holding their breath. They knew what was coming. The experiment was over. The Republic had crashed into the realpolitik, and Plato, sitting in his room preparing the next day's lesson on the nature of the soul, had no idea that the body of the state was already dead. The whispers had done their work. The classroom was closing, and the prison was opening. The trap was sprung, not in the dark, but in the blinding brilliance of a Sicilian afternoon. It happened down by the harbor, where the massive sea walls of Ortygia met the churning blue of the Ionian Sea. Dionysius had invited his uncle for a walk, a casual stroll to clear the air and discuss the rumors that had been poisoning the court. To the distant observer, perhaps a sentry on the wall or a fisherman mending nets, it looked like a moment of family reconciliation. The young king and the elder statesman, heads bent together in conversation, walking away from the prying ears of the palace, but the air between them was tight as a bowstring. As they reached a secluded spot beneath the steep limestone cliffs, far from the main promenade, the king stopped. The mask of the eager student dropped away, revealing the terrified, angry eyes of the tyrant. He pulled the intercepted letter from his robe, the letter to Carthage, and thrust it at Dion. There was no time for defense, no time for the slow, reasoned dialectic that Dion loved so well. The accusation was short and brutal. "You are plotting with my enemies to steal my throne." Dion, stunned, likely tried to speak, to explain the context of the letter, to appeal to logic. But logic has no power over paranoia. Before the first sentence could leave his lips, a signal was given. A ship was waiting, not a royal barge, but a small, nondescript vessel, its crew silent and grim. The king's personal guards, men who cared nothing for geometry or virtue, stepped from the shadows of the rocks. In a moment of shocking physical violence that shattered the philosophical decorum of the last few months, the most powerful man in Syracuse, the architect of the reform, was seized. There were no chains, no public trial, no final speech to the people. He was simply shoved. The best man in Sicily was manhandled onto the deck like a common stowaway. The ropes were cast off, the oars splashed into the water, and the ship turned its prow toward Italy. It was an expulsion so sudden, so silent, and so absolute that it felt less like a political exile and more like a disappearance. 1 minute, Dion was the second in command of the empire. The next, he was a speck on the horizon, sailing toward a life of wandering. Back in the palace, the news did not break. It leaked, spreading like a stain through the corridors. Dion is gone. The uncle has fallen. The reaction was a chaotic mix of jubilation and terror. The friends of the tyrant, Philistus and his faction, could scarcely believe their luck. The moral conscience of the court had been surgically removed. They ordered wine. They laughed in the hallways, no longer needing to whisper. But for the serious-minded students, the young aristocrats who had truly believed in the experiment, it was a catastrophe. The center had fallen out of their world, and for Plato, the news must have hit with the force of a physical blow. He was likely in his chambers, perhaps preparing a scroll for the evening lesson, when the rumors reached him. He looked out the window, past the cypress trees and the statues, to the empty sea. His protector was gone. The man who had lured him into the lion's den with promises of a golden age had been cast out, leaving the philosopher alone in the cage with the beast. The immediate aftermath was a masterclass in gaslighting. Dionysius, terrified that the people of Syracuse would riot at the loss of their favorite leader, spun a web of lies. He did not say Dion was exiled. He said he was traveling. He claimed there had been a disagreement, a small family spat, and that his uncle had gone to Italy for a cooling-off period. He even sent a ship after Dion, loaded with his personal treasures, his slaves, and his gold, a theatrical gesture designed to show the world that this was not a punishment, but a vacation. Look, the king seemed to say, I am generous, I am kind. But Plato saw the truth. He saw the fear behind the king's generosity. He realized that the gold was not a gift. It was a bribe to keep Dion quiet, a way to buy off the threat of a counter-coup. Now, the spotlight turned to the Athenian. With Dion gone, Plato was the last man standing, the only remaining symbol of the failed experiment. The friends of the tyrant circled him, waiting for the king to finish the job. They expected Plato to be next, arrested, executed, or perhaps sold into slavery again. But here, the psychology of the tyrant took a strange twisting turn. Dionysius did not arrest Plato. He did not banish him. Instead, he clung to him with a terrifying intensity. He moved Plato into the royal apartments, ostensibly to honor him, but in reality, to watch him. He was terrified that Plato would leave, that he would follow Dion to Italy and badmouth him to the world. He needed Plato's approval more than ever. He wanted to prove that he didn't need his uncle to be a philosopher. I can do it myself, his actions screamed. I am the student, not Dion. So began the strangest phase of the ordeal, the captivity of kindness. Dionysius showered Plato with gifts, with praise, with desperate attention. He begged for lessons. He demanded that Plato love him more than he loved Dion. It was a toxic, suffocating courtship. The king was like a jealous lover who locks his partner in the house to keep them safe. He would say, "Stay with me, and we will build the city together. Forget Dion. He was holding us back." Plato, trapped in the most luxurious prison on earth, had to play the game of his life. He could not confront the tyrant, or he would die. He could not agree with the tyrant, or he would betray his soul. He had to walk a tightrope of polite resistance, teaching geometry to a man who had just exiled his best friend, smiling at a murderer, and waiting day after day for the wind to change. The fortress of reason had become a house of mirrors, and the philosopher was lost in the reflection of a madman. The weeks that followed Dion's expulsion were a strange, sun-drenched nightmare, a period historians have aptly described as the captivity of the garden. Plato was moved from the guest quarters into the very heart of the citadel, into the private apartments of the tyrant himself. To the outside world, this looked like the ultimate promotion. The philosopher was now the king's closest companion, sharing his table, his walks, and his secrets. But to Plato, it was a tightening of the noose. The apartment was a luxurious prison, a suite of rooms opening onto a high-walled courtyard filled with cypress trees, fountains, and peacocks. But the gates were guarded by mercenaries who had been given a very specific order. Honor the Athenian, but do not let him take a single step toward the harbor. Plato found himself in a gilded cage, so opulent it was hard to breathe. He was surrounded by beauty that mocked him, the scent of jasmine that only served to mask the smell of tyranny, the soft splash of water that sounded like the ticking of a clock, and the view of the distant sea, a blue ribbon of freedom that was now impossibly out of reach. He was no longer a teacher. He was a pet. He was a trophy, a symbol of the king's cultural pretensions, kept on a shelf to be admired but never truly heard. The psychological dynamic between the two men shifted into something deeply unsettling, resembling a toxic romance more than a student-teacher relationship. Dionysius II, terrified of being abandoned, developed a fierce, possessive jealousy. He didn't just want Plato to stay. He wanted Plato to want to stay. He wanted to win the approval that he felt had been stolen by his uncle. He would come to Plato's rooms at all hours, manic and eager, waving a scroll or a geometric proof, demanding praise. "See," he would seem to say, "I am smart, I am virtuous, I am better than Dion." He would throw tantrums if Plato looked out the window too long, accusing him of pining for his exiled friend. "You prefer him to me," the tyrant would whine, his voice echoing in the marble halls. "You think he is the philosopher, and I am just the brute." It was a terrifying display of emotional vampirism. Plato, the man who had written about the cool, detached rule of reason, was now trapped in a room with the raw, chaotic ID of a spoiled child who held the power of life and death. Navigating this minefield required a discipline of iron. Plato had to act the part of the willing guest while plotting his escape. He had to be kind to his jailer. He continued the lessons, but the fire was gone. They went through the motions of dialectic, discussing the nature of the one and the many, but the words felt hollow, like actors reciting lines in an empty theater. The king, sensing this distance, tried to buy the philosopher's affection. He offered Plato gold, chests of it. He offered him land, estates in the lush Sicilian countryside. He even offered to make him a co-ruler in name if only he would publicly renounce Dion. Plato refused it all with a quiet, maddening grace. "I have no need of money," he would say, his voice level, "and I cannot betray a friend." Mum, this refusal only made the tyrant want him more. It drove Dionysius mad that there was something in the world he could not purchase. He could buy armies, he could buy women, he could buy cities, but he could not buy the sincerity of the old man sitting on the stone bench in his garden. The atmosphere in the citadel grew suffocating. The summer heat of Sicily pressed down on the limestone walls, turning the palace into an oven. The friends of the tyrant, the court faction that had ousted Dion, watched this strange dance with suspicion. They feared that Plato might actually succeed in winning the king back, that the magic of the Athenian might still work. They whispered new lies, feeding the king's paranoia, keeping the tension high. And Plato, alone in his room at night, must have felt the crushing weight of his failure. He had come to build a utopia, and instead, he had become the plaything of a neurosis. He wrote letters home, carefully coded, knowing the guards read everything, trying to reassure his family that he was alive, while hinting at his desperation. He was a man of the mind, trapped in a world of pure, unpredictable emotion. He realized now that the Philosopher King required more than just a teacher and a student. It required a soul capable of shame, and Dionysius had no shame, only vanity. Then a war intervened. The shifting politics of Sicily, always volatile, erupted into a minor conflict with a neighboring city-state. or perhaps a mutiny among the mercenaries. Historians are vague on the exact trigger, but the distraction was real. The king's attention was forcibly pulled away from his obsession with philosophy and back to the business of swords. The golden leash went slack for a moment. Dionysius, needing to lead his army, or at least pretend to, realized he could not keep watching the philosopher 24 hours a day. He also realized that keeping Plato against his will was becoming a diplomatic embarrassment. The rest of the Greek world was starting to ask questions. Where is the famous Plato? The letters from Athens and Tarentum asked. Why has he not returned? The tyrant, sensitive to his image, needed a way to save face. He couldn't admit he was a jailer. He needed a narrative of mutual agreement. So a deal was struck in the shadows of the garden. Dionysius came to Plato with a proposition, his eyes shifting, his tone wheedling. He would allow Plato to leave, to return to Athens for a short time, if, and only if, Plato promised to come back. It is just a leave of absence, the king insisted, lying to himself as much as to Plato. You will go home, settle your affairs, and when the war is over, you will return, and Dion will return with you. We will all be friends again. It was a fantasy, a transparent bribe to get Plato to board the ship without a scene. Plato, looking into the desperate eyes of the man who had held him hostage for months, agreed. He promised. He would have promised to fly to the moon if it meant getting on that boat. He swore he would return when peace was restored. It was a lie for a lie, a diplomatic fiction to unlock the cage. The prisoner in the garden packed his scrolls. The gates of the citadel, which had been shut tight as a tomb, creaked open. The sea air rushed in, smelling of salt and survival. The experiment was paused, the classroom was empty, and the philosopher walked towards the harbor, not looking back at the palace that had almost swallowed him whole, knowing that the hardest part of the journey was not leaving, but the promise he had just made to return. The moment the heavy wooden ropes are cast off from the stone bollards of the great harbor, a physical weight seems to lift from Plato's chest, lighter than the air, but heavier than the stone of the citadel. The ship, a sturdy merchant vessel bound for the Piraeus, groans as the oars bite into the water, churning the harbor sludge into a frothy white wake. Standing on the stern deck, wrapped in his travel-stained cloak, the philosopher watches the terrifying silhouette of Ortygia recede. The fortress, with its double walls and high towers, looks less like a palace and more like a predatory animal crouching in the sea, its limestone teeth gleaming in the sun. For months, that rock was his entire world, a universe of whispered threats and manic flattery. Now, it is just architecture. As the gap widens, the figures on the dock, the guards, the spies, perhaps even the tyrant himself, watching from a high window, shrink into meaningless specks. The lion's den is closing its mouth, but the man has escaped. The open sea, with its uncaring, chaotic blue vastness, feels like a baptism. The wind that fills the square sail does not ask for flattery. The waves that crash against the hull do not care about geometry. For the first time in a year, Plato is subject only to the laws of nature, not the whims of a boy king. The voyage home is a long, slow decompression, a transition from the frantic time of politics to the slow time of philosophy. The ship hugs the coast of Italy, passing the smoking cone of Mount Etna, a reminder of the subterranean fires that fuel the island's volatile nature. Plato spends the days sitting on the deck, watching the coastline drift by, the ancient Greek colonies of Magna Graecia, the temples standing lonely on the headlands. He is 61 years old now. The adventure has aged him. The desperate optimism that fueled his journey has been burned away by the acid of reality. He left Athens believing that the power of the Logos could tame any soul. He returns knowing that some souls are immune to reason, protected by layers of vanity so thick that no argument can pierce them. He thinks of Dionysius, the lump of clay that refused to be molded. He realizes now that the young tyrant did not want to be a philosopher. He wanted to own one. He wanted wisdom as a decoration, like a golden wreath or a purple cloak, something to wear for status, not something to swallow for health. The failure is bitter, tasting of ash and salt. The Republic remains a ghost city, unbuilt and perhaps unbuildable. As the weeks pass and the ship crosses the Ionian Sea, dodging the autumn storms that turn the water into a churning grey expanse, Plato's mind turns from the past to the future. What will he tell the Academy? How does the wisest man in the world explain that he was outsmarted by a 30-year-old with a temper tantrum? The humiliation is a quiet companion on the voyage. He knows the gossips in Athens will be merciless. They will say he was a fool to go. They will say he was chasing influence. But as the familiar violet-crowned hills of Attica finally break the horizon, rising from the mist like old friends, the shame is replaced by a profound sense of gratitude. The Parthenon, visible from miles out at sea, close on the Acropolis, a beacon of order in a chaotic world. It is not a perfect city. Socrates died there after all. But it is his city. It is a place where a man can think without asking permission. The arrival in Piraeus is a quiet affair. There are no chariots this time, no royal fanfare. Plato walks down the gangplank into the noise and smell of the port, the fishmongers, the shouting sailors, the chaotic democracy he so often criticized. Paradoxically, the chaos feels comforting now. It is honest chaos, not the stifled, terrified silence of the tyranny. He walks the long road up to the city, his legs regaining their land stride, moving past the long walls and out through the Dippelon gate, toward the leafy sanctuary of the Academy. When he steps into the grove, the contrast is heartbreakingly beautiful. The olive trees are still there, rustling in the wind. The students are there, walking in pairs, debating the nature of the good. The world here has not changed. The fortress of reason held while its commander was away. The relief that washes over him is total. He is safe. The gilded cage is thousands of miles away. But the reunion is not just with the trees. It is with the exile. Dion is here. The serious-minded aristocrat, banished from his own home, has taken up residence in Athens, living not as a prince, but as a student. When they meet, the embrace is heavy with shared trauma. They are two survivors of a shipwreck, washed up on the same shore. Dion is hungry for news. How is the boy? Is there hope? Did he keep the books? Plato must tell him the truth, but gently. He must explain that the boy is lost to vanity, that the books are gathering dust, and that the experiment is effectively dead. But Dion, stubborn, iron-willed Dion, refuses to accept the finality of it. He listens, his eyes burning with a cold fire, and he nods. But he does not let go of the dream. He believes the promise Plato made to return is real. He believes this is just an intermission. He has become a celebrity in Athens, the tragic hero of the West, admired for his virtue and his exile. The Athenians, who love a good story, have adopted him. He lives simply, refuses invitations to wild parties, and attends the lectures at the academy with the discipline of a novice. For Plato, however, the return is a retreat into the abstract. He throws himself back into his writing, channeling the frustration of Syracuse into his work. He is done with kings for now. He wants to talk about the movement of the stars, the structure of the cosmos, the pure, uncorrupted mathematics of the universe. He begins to draft the Timaeus, a dialogue that describes the creation of the world by a divine craftsman, a demiurge who orders chaos into beauty. It is a therapeutic act. In the real world, the craftsman, Plato, failed to order the chaos, Dionysius. But in the book, the craftsman succeeds. In the world of the text, the geometry always works. The triangle never lies. The circle never breaks. Yet, even in the peace of the academy, the shadow of the island of fire lingers. Letters arrive from Syracuse, carried by merchants and spies. They are frantic, manipulative letters from the tyrant. "I am studying hard," Dionysius writes. "I miss you. When are you coming back? You promised." He holds Plato's promise like a hostage. He hints that if Plato returns, Dion's property might be restored. If he stays away, who knows what might happen? It is a slow, steady drip of poison. Plato tries to ignore it, burying himself in his work, teaching his students, watching the sun filtered through the plane trees. But he knows, with a sinking feeling in his gut, that the story isn't over. The tyrant hasn't let go. The failure isn't just a memory. It is a living, breathing threat that sits on a throne across the sea, waiting for the curtain to rise on the third act. The long voyage home was a successful escape, but it was not a clean break. The hook is still in his mouth. The years that followed Plato's return to Athens were a golden afternoon for the academy, a period of deceptive calm, bathed in the clear, rational light of Attica, while the storm clouds continued to gather, unseen, below the horizon in Sicily. To the casual observer walking past the boundary stones of the grove, the school seemed to be entering its zenith. It was no longer just a gathering of friends. It was the intellectual capital of the Mediterranean. Students flocked from every corner of the known world. Mathematicians from Cyzicus, astronomers from Chios, botanists from Lesbos, drawn by the magnetic pull of the man who had seen the tyrant and survived. The failure in Syracuse, rather than diminishing Plato's reputation, had strangely enhanced it. He was now the scarred veteran of philosophy, the man who had tested his theories in the fire and returned to tell the tale. The academy hummed with the energy of 1,000 ideas. Aristotle was there, a sharp-eyed young man from the north who walked with a swagger and asked questions that cut like razors. Eudoxus was there, building models of the celestial spheres that made the universe spin like a clockwork toy. It was a time of immense productivity, of dialogues written and theorems proved, a time when the city of words felt more real and more permanent than any city of stone. For Plato, this was a restoration of the soul. He was back in his element, surrounded by minds that craved truth, not flattery. He walked the shaded paths, debating the nature of the one and the dyad, pushing the boundaries of metaphysics further than ever before. He seemed to have washed the dust of the Sicilian court from his robes. He was the master again, not the hostage. The routine of the school was soothing. The early morning mathematics, the shared meals of figs and barley, the long wandering walks in the afternoon light. It was a life of divine leisure, a deliberate counterculture to the frantic busyness of the politicians in the city. The academy stood as a testament to the idea that the highest form of life is not doing, but thinking. And in the center of this intellectual paradise stood Dion, the exile, the tragic hero. But Dion was not at peace. While Plato was content to retreat into the world of forms, Dion was restless, a man of action trapped in a world of theory. He lived in Athens like a coiled spring. He bought a country estate. He funded public festivals. He charmed the Athenian aristocracy with his austere nobility. He was the celebrity exile, the man who should be king, but his eyes were always turned west. He received a constant stream of letters from Syracuse, spies, secret supporters, former generals, telling him that the city was waiting for him, that the tyrant was weak, that the people were groaning under the weight of their taxes. Dion shared these letters with Plato, reading them aloud in the quiet of the garden, his voice tight with suppressed ambition. He was trying to pull the philosopher back into the game. He wanted Plato to see that the experiment wasn't over, that it was just paused. But Plato was resistant. He had seen the beast up close, and he had no desire to poke it again. He knew that Dion saw Syracuse through the lens of nostalgia and ambition, filtering out the danger. Plato saw the paranoia, the mercenaries, the fickleness of the mob. He advised caution. He spoke of the need for patience, for the right moment, kairos, that might never come. He tried to steer Dion toward the contemplative life, to show him that a man can be happy without a crown. But you cannot teach a lion to be a vegetarian. Dion nodded at the lectures, but his heart was in the palace. He was gathering resources, building a network, preparing for a return that he felt was his destiny. Meanwhile, the letters from the tyrant continued to arrive, like a persistent, low-grade fever. Dionysius II had not forgotten his teacher. In fact, his obsession had only deepened with distance. He wrote, claiming that he was now a true philosopher, that he was studying geometry every day, that he had banished the hedonists from his table. He begged Plato to return, not as a prisoner, but as a guest of honor to witness his transformation. "The court is ready for you," he wrote. "The garden is waiting." It was a seductive song. It played on Plato's vanity, the hope that perhaps, just perhaps, he hadn't failed after all, that the seed he planted in the rock was actually growing. The tension in the academy was palpable, a silent tug-of-war between the peace of Athens and the pull of Syracuse. The students watched their master, wondering if he would break. They saw the messengers coming and going, the hushed conversations with Dion, the long stares at the western horizon. They knew that the golden afternoon could not last forever. The real world has a gravity that eventually pulls even the highest minds back down to earth. The academy was a sanctuary, yes, but it was also a staging ground. Dion was sharpening his sword, metaphorically speaking, and the tyrant was laying his trap. And Plato, the man who wanted only to think about the eternal, was about to be dragged back into the messy, temporal, blood-soaked world of the temporal. The sun was beginning to set on the olive grove. The shadows were lengthening, and the call from the island of fire was getting louder, demanding a response that would shatter the peace of the philosophers once and for all. The peace of the olive grove was shattered not by a whisper, but by a spectacle of overwhelming force masked as diplomacy. In the year 361 BC, the horizon of the Piraeus was broken by the arrival of a vessel that was clearly no merchant scow. It was a trireme of the royal fleet of Syracuse, a sleek, terrifying war machine fitted with bronze rams and painted with the eyes of a predator. Yet it carried no soldiers. It carried an embassy. Dionysius II was done with subtle letters. He was now deploying the full weight of his geopolitical influence to drag the old man back to the island. The envoys who stepped off the ship were not rough mercenaries, but friends of Plato, fellow philosophers and Pythagorean scholars whom the tyrant had charmed and co-opted. They marched up the dusty road to the academy, bearing a petition that felt more like a summons from the gods than a request from a man. The siren call had begun in earnest, and it was composed of 3 distinct, harmonious notes designed to break Plato's resistance. The first note was flattery, sweet and cloying. The envoys claimed that the tyrant was a changed man, that his soul was finally alight with the fire of philosophy, and that he needed only the master's final touch to perfect his nature. The second note was friendship, played on an instrument Plato could not ignore. The tyrant had enlisted Archytas of Tarentum, the philosopher general, the Pythagorean sage, the man Plato respected perhaps more than any living human, to vouch for him. Archytas wrote a personal letter, assuring Plato that the situation was safe, that Dionysius was sincere, and that this trip would not be a repetition of the last disaster. To hear this from Archytas, a man of mathematical precision who never lied, was disarming. It was like a scientist telling a colleague that the data had changed. If Archytas said it was safe, surely it must be safe. But the third note was the loudest, and it was a note of pure, cold blackmail. The envoys delivered a message from the tyrant that was as blunt as a hammer wrapped in silk. If you come, everything will be well for Dion. His lands, his money, and his eventual return will be guaranteed. But if you do not come, I cannot answer for the consequences. It was a hostage situation where the hostage was not a person, but a fortune and a future. Dionysius knew exactly where to strike. He knew Plato did not care for money, but he knew Plato cared deeply for justice and for his friend. He was effectively saying, I will destroy your favorite student if you do not come and play with me. It was a masterstroke of emotional manipulation, proving that while Dionysius may have been a poor geometer, he was a genius at the dark arts of human psychology. The academy was thrown into a crisis of conscience. The students and the elders gathered to debate the summons. Dion, desperate to return home and reclaim his life, urged Plato to go. He has promised, Dion lightly argued, his eyes burning with the exile's hunger. Archytas has sworn it. You must go, for my sake, if not for yours. Imagine the weight on the shoulders of the 66-year-old philosopher. He was an old man now. His back was stiff. His patience was thin. The thought of crossing the Ionian Sea again, of facing the seasickness, the pirates, and the suffocating atmosphere of the court was physically repulsing. He looked at the olive trees he had planted, the quiet library where he wrote his dialogues, and he wanted nothing more than to stay and die in peace. He described himself in his letters as feeling like a bird that longs to fly away but is held down by a string. He knew deep in his gut that it was a trap. He knew that tyrants do not change, that wolves do not become vegetarians, and that philosophy to Dionysius was just a game to be played until he got bored. And yet, the noble lie of duty compelled him. If he refused and Dion was ruined, the guilt would be his. If he refused and the world said Plato was too cowardly to finish the job, the reputation of philosophy would be stained. He was caught in the classic tragic bind. To be true to his philosophy, he had to risk his life for a man he despised, to save a man he loved. The debate in the academy likely lasted for days, a slow, painful surrender to the inevitable. Finally, with a heaviness that must have been palpable to everyone around him, Plato nodded. He would go, not with hope that had died years ago, but with the grim determination of a soldier walking back into a minefield to retrieve a fallen comrade. He packed his scrolls. He said goodbye to his students, perhaps wondering if he would ever see them again. He looked at the Parthenon one last time, printing its perfect proportions on his memory as a talisman against the chaos to come. The departure was a somber mirror image of his first voyage. There was no desperate optimism now, no dream of a philosopher king. There was only the third wave of fate crashing over him. As he boarded the Syracusan trireme, the rowers stripped to the waist, and the drum began to beat the rhythm of the oars. Plato was no longer the starry-eyed idealist. He was a realist walking into a fantasy, a sane man entering an asylum. He knew the siren call for what it was, a lure that promised knowledge, but hid sharp rocks beneath the surface. But he had lashed himself to the mast of duty, and he could not cut the ropes. The ship turned its brow west, toward the setting sun, toward the smoking volcano, toward the final humiliating lesson that history had prepared for its greatest teacher. The sea was calm, but the silence on the deck was heavy. The master was returning to the cave, but this time he wasn't bringing a torch. He was bringing a sacrifice. The Ionian Sea is never kind to the old, and for a man of 66 years, the voyage from Athens to Syracuse was not merely a journey. It was an ordeal of the flesh. Plato, once the broad-shouldered wrestler who could pin an opponent in the dust, now found himself pinned by the rolling deck of the trireme. His joints ached with the damp. His eyes, tired from decades of reading by oil lamp, stung with the salt spray. He was traveling in the golden twilight of his life, a time when a man should be sitting by a fire with old friends, not vomiting into a bucket on a warship bound for a tyrant's court. Yet, as the familiar menacing silhouette of Mount Etna rose once more above the horizon, a white peak exhaling a constant thin grey thread, Plato felt a strange, grim resolve. He was not here for the king. He was here for the ghost. He was here because his conscience would not let him sleep while Dion remained in exile. He was a soldier of the beautiful city, reporting for duty one last time, even though he knew the city was a ruin and the commander was a fool. When the ship finally docked in the great harbor, the reception was a masterpiece of gaslighting. Dionysius II had arranged a spectacle designed to drown out any doubts. The waterfront was crowded with cheering citizens, paid of course, and the royal chariot waited with horses plumed in ostrich feathers. The king himself stood at the end of the pier, his arms wide, a smile of radiant, manufactured warmth plastered across his face. He looked older now, heavier, his face softening into the doughy complacency of a man who has never been told no. To the crowd, it looked like the reunion of a father and son. To Plato, it felt like the embrace of an octopus. He was ushered into the chariot, the heavy wooden wheels rumbling over the stones of Ortygia. passing through the same gates that had locked him in before. The sensory memory of the place, the smell of jasmine and sewage, the blinding white light, the whisper of the gods, rushed back, suffocating him. He was back in the lion's den, but this time the lion was purring. The first few days were a blur of extravagant hospitality. Dionysius seemed desperate to prove that the old days of suspicion were gone. He gave Plato the finest apartments. He dismissed the guards from the door, though they remained just down the hall. He spoke constantly of his studies. He claimed to have read every book Plato had sent. He claimed to have mastered the mysteries of the One. He was manic, eager, performing the role of the Philosopher King, with the energy of a bad actor trying to save a failing play. But Plato, watching with the heavy-lidded gaze of a master, saw the cracks. He saw that the king's wisdom was a patchwork of memorized phrases and misunderstood theories. Dionysius didn't want to do the work. He wanted the credit for having done it. He wanted the diploma without the classes. It was in the quiet of the royal garden, beneath the shade of the same cypress trees that had witnessed their previous failure, that Plato decided to administer the great test. It is a test he describes in his letters, a method for distinguishing the true philosopher from the dilettante. He sat the king down and began to speak, not of interesting riddles or pleasant myths, but of the long road. He explained that philosophy is not a hobby. It is a fire that must be kindled by a leaping spark in the soul, a fire that consumes a man's life. He spoke of the grinding labor of mathematics, the years of silent contemplation, the renunciation of the flesh, required to even glimpse the forms. He painted a picture of a life so hard, so demanding, that any unworthy soul would recoil in horror. The true student, hearing this, braces himself and says, "Lead on." The fake student says, "Surely there is a shorter way." Dionysius did not recoil. He did something worse. He laughed. He waved his hand dismissively and told Plato that he already knew the most important parts. He claimed he had written a book on the subject himself, a summary of Plato's teachings that he had composed during the philosopher's absence. He, the tyrant of Syracuse, had improved upon the work of the academy. He had taken the complex, beautiful, terrifying truths of the universe and boiled them down into a handbook for kings. For Plato, this was the death blow. It was the moment the last ember of hope was stomped out. To think that the highest truths could be written down in a manual like a recipe for fish stew was the ultimate blasphemy. It proved that Dionysius understood nothing. He had mistaken the husk for the kernel. He thought philosophy was a set of facts to be collected, not a transformation to be endured. Plato realized then that he was speaking to a man who was spiritually deaf. The experiment was not just failing, it was a farce. The king was a sunburnt sophist, a man who used words to hide his emptiness. But the tragedy of the mind was soon eclipsed by the tragedy of the heart. Having failed the intellectual test, Dionysius proceeded to fail the moral one. Plato, weary and disgusted, finally brought up the only subject that mattered, Dion. "I have come," Plato said, "as you asked. Now, let us discuss the return of my friend." The change in the king's face was instant. The mask of the philosophical student vanished, replaced by the petulant sneer of the autocrat. "We will discuss that later," he snapped. But later never came. Instead, the negotiations turned into a slow stripping away of promises. First, Dionysius claimed that Dion could not return just yet, because the political climate was unstable. Then, he announced that he was cutting off the flow of money to Dion in Athens. "Why should I fund his plots against me?" the king argued, twisting the knife. Finally, the ultimate betrayal. He declared that Dion's vast estates in Sicily, his ancestral lands, his vineyards, and his houses, would not be returned to him. Instead, they would be sold, and the proceeds kept by the crown. The hostage had been executed. Plato had come to save Dion's fortune, and his presence had merely provided the cover for its theft. The tyrant had used Plato as a shield. "Look, the philosopher is here. We are friends." While he looted his uncle's bank accounts, Plato sat in his gilded room, listening to the fountain splash, and realized the magnitude of his mistake. He had walked into the trap with his eyes open, and it had snapped shut exactly as he feared. He was now an accomplice to the robbery of his best friend. He wrote to Dion, trying to explain. But what could he say? "I came to help, and I made it worse." The guilt must have been crushing. He stopped attending the royal banquets. He stopped giving lessons. He spent his days in the garden, staring at the ground, an old man trapped in a palace of lies. He was no longer a guest. He was a prisoner again. But this time, he was a prisoner who had lost his leverage. He had played his card, his presence, and the king had taken the part. The atmosphere in the citadel began to darken. The friends of the tyrant saw that the honeymoon was over. They saw the king's irritation with the gloomy Athenian. The mercenaries at the gates stopped saluting. The servants became slower to bring water. Plato was isolated, cut off from the outside world, a lonely figure in a white robe drifting through a hostile court. He was 67 years old. He was tired, and he began to wonder, with a cold chill of real fear, if he would ever see the olive trees of Athens again, or if his bones would be left to bleach in the Sicilian sun. A final silent warning to any philosopher foolish enough to believe that a king could be taught to care about anything other than his own reflection. The descent from the high watermark of idealism to the mud of reality was not a gradual slide. It was a cliff-edge drop. As the Sicilian summer of 361 BC reached its zenith, turning the white limestone of Syracuse into a blinding, heat-radiating oven, the mask of the Philosopher King finally cracked and fell away. It began with boredom. Dionysius II, the man who had claimed to be possessed by a divine fire for truth, simply lost interest. The intellectual fever that had gripped him burned itself out, leaving behind the cold ash of his natural character. A petulant, spoiled autocrat who resented anything that required effort. He stopped summoning Plato for lessons. The geometry tablets were left to gather dust in the corner of the royal apartments. The dialogues on virtue were replaced by drinking parties that started at noon and lasted until dawn. To Plato, this silence was not a relief. It was a terrifying signal. In the court of a tyrant, being ignored is often the prelude to being erased. The friends of the tyrant, sensing the shift like sharks, sensing a drop in water pressure, began to circle closer, no longer whispering their insults, but speaking them aloud in the corridors. They knew the old man had lost his protection. They knew the king was done with his toy. The final rupture came not over a point of metaphysics, but over the oldest source of conflict in human history, property. Dionysius, having decided that he no longer needed to pretend to be virtuous, made his move against the exiled Dion. He did not just freeze Dion's assets. He liquidated them. In a decree that sent shockwaves through the Greek world, the tyrant ordered that all of Dion's vast estates, his vineyards, his olive groves, his herds of cattle, and his city palaces be sold off to the highest bidder. The proceeds were not held in trust. They were distributed among the king's favorites, a loot drop designed to buy the loyalty of the mercenaries and the sycophants. It was a calculated act of theft that stripped Dion of his power base and reduced him from a prince to a pauper. And the cruelest part, Dionysius forced Plato to witness it. He would casually mention the sales during their rare meetings, watching the philosopher's face for a reaction, goading him. "Your friend does not need so much land," he would sneer. "Surely a philosopher is content with poverty." It was a psychological torture, forcing Plato to be the silent accomplice to the ruin of the man he loved. Then came the eviction. In a move that was both a demotion and a death threat, Dionysius ordered Plato to vacate the royal apartments. "You require more solitude," the king likely said, with a smile that didn't reach his dead eyes. Plato was moved out of the secure, luxurious heart of the citadel and into a guest house located in the garden of the mercenaries. To the modern ear, garden sounds peaceful. To the ancient ear, it sounded like a sentence. This was the barracks of the Academus, the lodging area for the king's personal bodyguard, the Gauls, the Thracians, and the Campanians. These were men who hated Plato. They hated him because he had advised the king to reduce the army's pay. They hated him because he represented the soft rule of laws over the hard rule of iron. Now the 70-year-old philosopher was living in their midst. He would wake up to the sound of swords being sharpened. He would walk to the well and feel the eyes of foreign killers tracking his movement. It was a situation of extreme, visceral danger. He was a lamb, tethered in the wolf's den, protected only by the thin, fraying thread of the king's remaining vanity. The atmosphere in the garden of the mercenaries was thick with the scent of unwashed bodies, roasting meat, and unspoken violence. At night, the soldiers would drink and boast, their voices carrying through the thin walls of Plato's room. Historians often overlook this physical terror, focusing on the intellectual failure. But for Plato, the fear was primal. He was alone. He was unarmed. He was surrounded by men who would have happily cut his throat for a bonus. And Dionysius knew it. He had placed him there on purpose, a silent warning. Behave, or the accidents will start happening. The tyrant visited him rarely now, and when he did, it was to gloat. He would stride into the modest room, surrounded by his guards, and demand to be entertained. "Tell me about the forms," he would command, mocking the old lessons. He treated Plato not like a master, but like a court jester who had forgotten his jokes. He wanted Plato to beg. He wanted the great Athenian aristocrat to crumble, to plead for his life, to admit that power was greater than wisdom. But Plato did not crumble. In these darkest weeks, the broad-shouldered wrestler of the spirit dug in his heels. He retreated into a fortress of silence. He refused to flatter the tyrant. He refused to beg for better quarters. He refused to validate the king's philosophical pretensions. When Dionysius asked a question, Plato answered with a monosyllable or a stare. It was a form of passive resistance that drove the tyrant mad. Dionysius wanted a reaction. He got a statue. The king would leave the room furious, storming back to his palace, while Plato remained in the garden, watching the mercenaries sharpen their blades. It was a standoff between the most powerful man in the world and the most stubborn man in the world. The tyrant had the swords, but the philosopher had the contempt. Yet, even a philosopher has a breaking point. The physical toll of the heat, the fear, and the isolation began to wear him down. He stopped eating. He grew frail. The voice of reason was becoming a whisper. He realized that he was not going to talk his way out of this. His dialectic was useless against a man who didn't care about truth. He needed a rescue. He needed a miracle. He managed to smuggle a letter out of the garden. How, we do not know, perhaps through a sympathetic servant or a bribed guard. The letter was not to Athens, for Athens was too far and had no navy to spare. It was to Tarentum. It was a distress signal sent to Archytas, the Pythagorean general. The experiment is over, the message effectively said. I am a prisoner. The wolf is at the door. If you do not act, the academy dies here. As the letter disappeared into the hands of a messenger, disappearing into the labyrinth of the Syracuse docks, Plato sat on his rough wooden bed and waited. The mask had slipped away completely. There was no more talk of the Republic. There was no more talk of the good. There was only the brutal, naked reality of survival. The Philosopher King was revealed to be nothing more than a gangster with a crown, and the philosopher was just an old man waiting for the hit. The sun set over the mercenary camp, casting long, jagged shadows across the floor. And for the first time in his life, Plato must have wondered if Socrates had the easy way out. At least the hemlock was quick. This slow suffocation in the grip of a madman was a torture that attacked the soul as much as the body. The lesson was complete. Wisdom cannot rule where power refuses to listen. Now the only question remaining was whether wisdom could survive the night. The sun did not set gently in the garden of the mercenaries. It seemed to crash behind the walls of the citadel, plunging the barracks into a sudden torch-lit gloom that smelled of rendered fat, unwashed wool, and cheap wine. For Plato, this transition from day to night marked the beginning of the long watch, a nightly vigil of terror, where sleep was a luxury he could no longer afford. He was now living in the belly of the war machine he had tried to dismantle. The men surrounding him, giant Celts with lime-washed hair, Thracians with tattoos winding up their necks like serpents, and Campanians who filed their teeth, were not the disciplined guardians of his republic. They were the very definition of the unnecessary appetites he had spent his life warning against. They were men who sold their violence to the highest bidder, and right now, the only thing standing between their greed and the state's treasury was the frail old man sitting on a wooden stool in the corner of the yard. The rumor had spread through the camp like a contagion. The Athenian wizard had whispered in the king's ear that the army was too large, that the pay was too high, and that the parasites should be cut loose to save the city's gold. It is a terrifying irony of history that the philosopher who dreamed of a warrior class serving the good was now being hunted by a warrior class serving only gold. The mercenaries did not know geometry, but they knew economics. They knew that reform meant poverty, and so they began a campaign of psychological warfare that makes the dialectic of the classroom look like child's play. They would gather outside Plato's thin wooden door, sharpening their falcatas, the curved blades capable of splitting a helmet, with a slow rhythmic shk-shk sound that echoed through the night. They spoke in tongues that were alien to the refined Greek ear. a guttural symphony of threats that needed no translation. Plato, lying on his straw pallet, could hear the heavy thud of their boots and the drunken laughter that followed the pantomime of his execution. They were acting out his death, rehearsing the moment when the accident would happen. A slip on the stairs, a brawl gone wrong, a stray arrow during practice. The fortress of reason had become a slaughterhouse waiting for the butcher. Dionysius II, watching from the safety of his high tower, knew exactly what was happening. In fact, he had engineered it. This was the tyrant's final lesson to the teacher. You talk of courage? Let us see how brave you are when the dogs are off the leash. He was using the mercenaries as a tool of terror, tightening the screws to break Plato's spirit. He wanted the philosopher to come crawling back to the palace, begging for protection, renouncing his high ideals in exchange for a safe bed. It was a sadistic game of chicken. But Dionysius had miscalculated the nature of his victim. Plato was terrified, yes. His letters admit to a fear that made him look like a bird staring at a snake. But he was also possessed of a deep, aristocratic pride. He would not give the tyrant the satisfaction of a scream. He met the soldiers' glares with the stony, heavy-lidded gaze of a man who had seen Socrates drink the hemlock. He moved through the camp like a ghost, silent and upright, his white robes a stark contrast to the leather and bronze of the killers. He was a walking rebuke to their violence, and his silence only made them hate him more. The tension reached its breaking point on a sweltering afternoon when the Pecat rumor solidified into a threat of mutiny. A group of the ringleaders, veteran killers with scars mapping the history of Sicilian warfare, cornered Plato by the camp well. There were no guards to intervene. The palace windows were shuttered. The sun beat down on the dust, bleaching the world into high-contrast terror. One of the mercenaries, perhaps a captain of the guard, stepped forward, his hand resting casually on the hilt of his sword. He didn't speak of philosophy. He spoke of hunger. He told Plato that if the king reduced their wages by a single obol, the advisor would be the first to pay the difference in blood. It was a direct, physical threat, delivered with the hot breath of a man who had killed for less. Plato stood his ground, a frail figure against a wall of muscle. He did not argue. He did not plead. He simply looked at the man and realized that words had reached their limit. The logos stops where the blade begins. At that moment, the failure of the Philosopher King was absolute. The theory that wisdom could rule without force evaporated in the heat of the mercenary camp. Plato saw, with a clarity that must have been shattering, that a state built on mercenaries can never be reformed by reason, because the mercenaries are the state. You cannot teach a tumor to be healthy. You can only cut it out, and Plato held no knife. He was moments away from being murdered, not for a grand principle, but for a bookkeeping error. The divine blueprint of the Republic lay in tatters at his feet. He was just an old man who had talked too much, about to die in a foreign land, unmourned and unburied. But just as the shadow of the executioner seemed to fall over him, a shift occurred. Not a divine intervention, but a political one. The threat against Plato had become too loud. The mutiny was bubbling too close to the surface. The spies reported back to Dionysius that the soldiers were not just threatening the philosopher. They were threatening to burn the palace if their demands weren't met. The tyrant, realizing he had lost control of his own dogs, panicked. He couldn't let Plato be killed by a mob It would look like weakness. It would show the world that the king didn't rule his own army. And so the order came down, not to save Plato for his own sake, but to save the king's face. The guards were doubled. The ringleaders were paid off with extra wine. The immediate knife was pulled back from the throat, but the message was clear. This was a temporary stay of execution. The next time, the king might not intervene. Plato retreated to his room, shaking, his heart pounding against his ribs like a trapped bird. He knew he had looked into the abyss, and the abyss had almost eaten him. He needed to get out. Now. The time for dignity was over. The time for survival had begun. The salvation of the greatest mind in the West arrived not as a thunderbolt from Zeus, but as a geometric shape on the horizon. A single, square sail, painted with the distinctive purple dye of Tarentum, cutting through the haze of the Ionian Sea. It was the answer to the desperate whisper Plato had smuggled out of the mercenary camp. A response from the only man in the world who possessed both the philosophical authority to shame the tyrant and the military power to threaten him. This was the ship of Archytas, the Pythagorean general king of Tarentum, to the sentries on the walls of Ortygia. It looked like a diplomatic vessel. To Plato, watching from the slit window of his barracks prison, it looked like the cavalry. Archytas had not sent a poem or a plea. He had sent a 30-oared galley, a fast, sleek warship stripped of its armaments to serve as a high-speed embassy. On board was not a cargo of wine, but a single, heavy scroll, sealed with the pentagram of the Pythagorean order, carried by Lamiscus, a diplomat known for his terrifying calmness. The arrival of the Tarentine embassy changed the air pressure in the palace instantly. Dionysius II might have been a tyrant who could bully a lonely old man, but he was also a geopolitical realist who could not afford to antagonize Tarentum. The city of Tarentum was the superpower of the Italian boot, a critical ally in Syracuse's endless wars against the Carthaginians and the Lucanians. If Tarentum turned hostile, the fragile empire of Dionysius would face a war on two fronts. Archytas knew this. His letter, delivered to the king in the grand audience chamber, was a masterpiece of diplomatic brevity. It did not beg for Plato's release. It assumed it. The text, preserved in fragments of history, essentially read, "You asked us to vouch for Plato's safety. We did. You hold him now against the laws of hospitality. If you wish to remain a friend of Tarentum, you will send him to us immediately. If not, do not count on our fleet in the summer." It was a polite ultimatum. It was the velvet glove encasing an iron fist. The scene in the throne room was a study in humiliation, masked as graciousness. Dionysius read the letter, his face flushing with the impotent rage of a bully who has been called out by a bigger boy. He looked at Lamiscus, the Tarentine envoy, who stood waiting with the silent, folded arms patience of a statue. He looked at his own courtiers, who were watching him closely to see if he would crack. To keep Plato now would be an act of war. To kill him would be suicide. The tyrant had no moves left on the board. He had to fold. But Dionysius was incapable of admitting defeat. He had to spin the retreat into a victory. He clapped his hands and smiled, a wide, brittle expression that looked painful to wear. "But of course," he exclaimed, his voice too loud in the echoing hall. "I was just preparing his ship. How wonderful that Archytas has sent an escort. We were merely delaying his departure to feast him properly." And so the final banquet was arranged. a grotesque piece of theatre where the jailer and the prisoner pretended to be best friends one last time. It was held in the garden, under the same cypress trees where the betrayal had begun. The tables were piled high with roasted meats, figs, and honey cakes. The wine flowed like water. Plato was seated at the king's right hand, dressed in fresh robes that hid his emaciated frame, while the mercenaries, who had threatened to cut his throat, stood guard at the perimeter, now stiff and respectful. The conversation was a minefield. Dionysius, manic with the need to win the breakup, kept trying to bait Plato into an argument, trying to prove that he, the king, was the superior philosopher. "I suppose you will go back to the academy and tell them I am a bad student," he sneered between cups of wine. Plato, eating only bread and olives, looked at the man who had stolen his friend's fortune and nearly ended his life, and delivered one of the most devastating lines in the history of philosophy. He smiled gently and said, "I trust, Dionysius, that we shall have so much to discuss in the academy that no one will have time to speak of you at all." The silence that followed was louder than any shout. It was the ultimate dismissal. The king was not worth hating. He was only worth forgetting. Dionysius turned purple, but he choked down his rage. The Tarentine envoys were watching. He could do nothing. The banquet ended in a blur of forced toasts and hurried goodbyes. The king tried to press gifts onto Plato, more gold, more promises, but Plato refused them all, taking only his books and his life. He was ushered towards the harbor, not by guards, but by the Tarentine sailors, a phalanx of discipline moving through the chaotic streets of Syracuse. The boarding of the ship was the moment the breath finally returned to Plato's body. As he stepped onto the deck of the Tarentine galley, he felt the wood shift under his feet, a living thing, eager to run. The oarsmen, men who worshipped mathematics and order, nodded to the master. Lemniscus gave the signal. The ropes were cut, not untied, but cut, as if to sever the connection to the cursed island as quickly as possible. The oars bit the water. The ship surged forward, leaping away from the stone embrace of the harbor. Plato stood at the stern, not looking back at the palace, but looking forward to the open sea. He was escaping the cave for the second time, but this escape was different. He wasn't ascending to the sun. He was fleeing a burning building. As the coastline of Sicily sank into the sea, a profound melancholy settled over the philosopher. He was alive, yes. He had been rescued by the intervention of a philosopher general, proving that wisdom could wield power if it was in the right hands, Archytas. But the failure of Syracuse burned. He had left Dion behind. He had left the dream behind. He realized with the clarity of distance that the experiment had been doomed not by the stars, but by the soil. Syracuse was too rich, too corrupt, too addicted to the senses to ever accept the discipline of the mind. You cannot build a temple of reason on a foundation of quicksand. The ship picked up speed, the wind filling the sail, carrying him toward Tarentum, and then, finally, to Athens. The intervention of Archytas was the closing parenthesis on the most ambitious political project of the ancient world. It proved that while philosophy cannot always save itself, the fraternity of philosophers could. The network had held. The republic had failed as a state, but it had succeeded as a brotherhood. Plato was safe, but as he watched the white foam of the wake, he knew that the story was not over for everyone. The thread of Dion's fate was still spinning, and it was turning red. The king had let the teacher go, but he still held the student's soul in a grip of jealousy and fear. The war of words was over. The war of swords was about to begin. Plato was going home to write, but Dion was preparing to do the one thing Plato had taught him never to do: fight fire with fire. The rescue was complete, but the tragedy was just entering its final bloody act. While Plato retreated into the sanctuary of the academy, seeking to bind his wounds with the sterile bandages of mathematics, the tragedy of Syracuse was metastasizing into something far bloodier than a philosophical debate. The focus of history now shifts to Dion, the best student, the exile, the man who had been promised a kingdom of virtue and given only a begging bowl. In the years following Plato's escape, something hardened in Dion's soul. The ice of his stoic demeanor began to crack, revealing a core of molten fury. He realized that the dialectic had failed. The Socratic method does not work on a tyrant who owns the executioner, and so the disciple of the academy did the unthinkable. He traded his stylus for a sword. In the gymnasium of Athens, where he had once debated the nature of the good, he began to recruit soldiers. He was no longer preparing a lesson. He was preparing an invasion. It was the ultimate betrayal of the Platonic ideal, using violence to install virtue. Yet Dion saw it as the only logical conclusion. If the Philosopher King would not be invited in through the front door, he would have to kick it down. The expedition that launched in 357 BC was a suicide mission by any rational calculation. Dion sailed from Zakynthos with only 800 mercenaries, a tiny, desperate band against the imperial might of Syracuse, which boasted 400 warships and 100,000 infantry. It was David marching against Goliath, armed only with righteous indignation. But Dion possessed a weapon the tyrant lacked: the hatred of the people. When his small fleet landed on the Sicilian coast, the countryside exploded. The farmers, the shopkeepers, and the oppressed citizens flocked to his banner. They didn't care about the forms or geometry. They just wanted the monster Dionysius gone. Dion marched on Syracuse not as a conqueror, but as a messiah. He entered the city in triumph, wearing white robes, garlanded with flowers, the crowd cheering him as the liberator. For a brief, intoxicating moment, it seemed that the dream had come true. The tyrant fled to the citadel, and the philosopher, or at least the philosopher's favorite student, sat on the throne. But the Republic is a fragile flower that wilts instantly in the heat of victory. Dion, having won the war, now had to win the peace. And this is where the tragedy turned from heroic to pathetic. He was, after all, a Platonist. He did not believe in democracy. He viewed the cheering mob with the same suspicion he viewed the tyrant. When the people clamored for freedom, for the destruction of the citadel, the redistribution of land, the rule of the many, Dion said, no. He wanted to build the ideal city. He wanted a mixed constitution, a stern, regulated state ruled by the virtuous few. He refused to demolish the tyrant's fortress because he intended to use it. He kept the strict laws. He refused to smile at the crowd. To the people of Syracuse, it felt like a cruel bait and switch. They had traded a drunk tyrant for a sober schoolmaster, and they found that the schoolmaster was even harder to please. The cheers turned to boos, the flowers turned to stones. The liberator was soon being called a new tyrant. In this atmosphere of crumbling trust, the serpent entered the garden. His name was Callippus. He was not a stranger. He was an Athenian, a fellow student of the academy, a man who had sat next to Dion in Plato's lectures. He had sailed with Dion, fought beside him, and sworn oaths of brotherhood. But Callippus was the shadow self of the Platonic student. He had learned the rhetoric of virtue, but used it to mask a soul of pure ambition. He saw that Dion was losing the people, and he saw an opening. He began to whisper to the mob that he, Callippus, was the real democrat, and that Dion was a traitor. He played the part of the loyal friend perfectly, even telling Dion about the plots against him, claiming he was infiltrating the conspirators to protect the ruler. Dion, blinded by the arrogance of his own virtue, refused to believe that a fellow philosopher could betray him. He is one of us, Dion likely thought. He knows the good. It was a fatal error. The bond of the academy was not a shield against the lust for power. The end came on the feast of Demeter, a holy day when the city was distracted by processions and sacrifices. Dion was sitting in his house, resting from the burdens of state, surrounded by a few friends. The doors were bolted, but the guards had been bribed. A group of young men, Zacynthian mercenaries, men Dion had paid and fed, burst into the room. They were unarmed to avoid suspicion at the gates, so they had to do the work with their hands and whatever they could find. The scene described by historians is one of chaotic, clumsy brutality. They tried to strangle Dion. They beat him. But the old soldier was tough. He fought back. Finally, someone passed a short sword through the window or the transom. The blade was thrust into Dion's chest. The best man in Sicily, the hope of Plato, the vessel of the ideal state, bled out on the floor of his own home, murdered not by the tyrant, but by his own brothers. When the news crossed the sea and reached Athens, it hit the academy like a physical blow. Plato was 70 years old. He had spent his life building a fortress of words to protect the soul from corruption. And now he watched as the real world dismantled his creation piece by bloody piece. Dion was dead. Callippus, a student of the academy, was now the tyrant of Syracuse. The Philosopher King had become a murderer. The failure was total. It wasn't just that the experiment had failed. It was that the education had failed. The academy had produced a martyr, Dion, and a monster, Callippus, and the line between them was terrifyingly thin. Plato retreated into a profound silence. He wrote a final epitaph for Dion, a poem that breaks the usual detachment of his style. O Dion, you who made my heart mad with love. It is a cry of grief from a man who realizes that his philosophy was too pure for this dirty, broken world. He saw that the upward gaze toward the forms had blinded them to the knife in the hand. The murder of the disciple was the death of the dream. The republic would never be built in Syracuse. It would never be built anywhere on earth. It would remain forever a city in speech, a ghost haunting the library, while outside the Callippuses of the world sharpened their swords, and the mob cheered for blood. The experiment was over. The autopsy had begun. In the shadowed colonnades of the academy, while the elders mourned the death of Dion and the collapse of the Sicilian dream, a pair of sharp, observational eyes watched the fallout with a detachment that bordered on the clinical. They belonged to a man of 37, a metic, foreigner, from the wild northern frontier of Stagira, who had spent 2 decades sitting at Plato's feet, absorbing everything and agreeing with almost nothing. His name was Aristotle. To the students, he was known simply as the mind or the reader, a testament to his voracious appetite for scrolls. But to history, He represents the pivot point where the Western mind turned from the heavens to the earth. While Plato walked the gardens with his head in the clouds, grieving the failure of the ideal, Aristotle was busy looking at the ground, at the beetles, the tides, and the messy functioning mechanics of actual cities. He viewed the catastrophe of Syracuse not as a cosmic tragedy, but as a data point. It was a magnificent, expensive, and bloody laboratory experiment that had confirmed his deepest suspicion. You cannot build a government out of geometry because human beings are not triangles. The tension between the master and the student had been simmering for years, a quiet battle of the books, fought in the margins of lectures. Plato was the architect of the invisible. He believed that the physical world was a decaying copy of a perfect blueprint. Aristotle was the biologist of the visible. He believed that the blueprint was the physical world. When news of Dion's murder reached the school, it likely crystallized Aristotle's political theory. He looked at the wreckage of the Callipolis, the enforced communism, the dissolution of the family, the philosopher kings, and saw a violation of nature. In his view, Plato had tried to treat men like monks or math problems. He had tried to strip away the very things that make life worth living: private property, the love of one's own children, the messy warmth of the household, in the name of a cold, abstract unity. The state, Aristotle would later write in a subtle rebuke to his teacher, is a plurality, which should be united through education, not through the destruction of the family. He realized that trying to make everyone one results in making everyone nothing. Aristotle's response to the failure was to start collecting. While Plato retreated into higher mathematics, Aristotle sent his students out to gather the constitutions of 158 different Greek city-states. He wanted to know how government actually worked, not how it ought to work in a fairy tale. He studied the tyrannies, the democracies, the oligarchies, the good, the bad, and the ugly. He dissected them with the same dispassionate curiosity he applied to the internal organs of a cuttlefish. He found that there was no perfect state, only stable ones. He realized that a city is not a work of art to be sculpted by a genius. It is a living organism that grows, adapts, and sometimes gets sick. The failure of Dion was a failure of biology. He had tried to transplant a heart of gold into a body of iron, and the patient had rejected the organ. There is a soft, ironic humor in imagining the dynamic in the lecture hall during these final years. Plato, the majestic, broad-shouldered old eagle, soaring in the high currents of metaphysics, speaking of the good and the one. And in the back row, the thin-legged, lisping Aristotle. Historical sources tell us he had a slight speech impediment and enjoyed wearing rings and fashionable clothes, much to Plato's annoyance, raising his hand to ask, "But master, what about the middle class?" Aristotle began to formulate the idea of the golden mean. He argued that we don't need a philosopher king. We need the rule of law. We don't need a utopia. We need a polity, a mixed government where the rich and the poor balance each other out, kept in check by a strong, boring middle class. It was a vision of politics that was less cinematic than Plato's, less heroic, but infinitely more durable. It was the difference between a poem and a building code. As the shadows lengthened over the academy, Aristotle began to prepare for his own departure. He knew he could not inherit the school. He was too different, too foreign, and perhaps too critical. He saw that the Platonic moment was ending. The attempt to merge wisdom and power by force had failed. The next phase of history would not belong to the idealists, but to the organizers. He would eventually leave Athens to tutor a young prince in Macedonia, a boy named Alexander, and in doing so, he would get his own chance to mold a king. But unlike Plato, he would not try to teach Alexander to be a geometer. He would teach him to be a conqueror who collected plants. The realist was packing his bags, taking the lessons of Syracuse and filing them away under things to avoid. The dream of the Philosopher King was dead, but the science of politics was just being born, rising from the ashes of Dion's funeral pyre like a phoenix with a clipboard. The sun was setting on the life of the master, and as the shadows lengthened across the academy, the nature of his writing began to change, darkening like the sky before a winter storm. The failure at Syracuse had done something profound to Plato's soul. It had killed the poet in him and awakened the lawyer. Gone were the soaring, optimistic passages of the Republic, where he dreamed of a city ruled by the wise, a place where education alone was enough to guide the soul to goodness. That city, he now realized, was a city for gods or the children of gods, not for the sweaty, greedy, unpredictable creatures he had encountered in Sicily. He had seen what happens when you trust a man with absolute power, even a man who claims to love philosophy. He becomes a beast. And so, in his final years, the 80-year-old philosopher sat down to write his longest, grimmest, and most pragmatic work, The Laws. It is a massive, sprawling text, 12 books of dense regulations that lack the dramatic sparkle of his earlier dialogues. There is no Socrates here. The main character is simply the Athenian stranger, a ghost of Plato himself, wandering through Crete, laying down the iron tracks of a society that leaves nothing to chance. If the Republic was a love letter to human potential, The Laws is a concession to human frailty. It is the work of a man who has looked into the abyss of the tyrant soul and decided that the only way to be safe is to build a cage. In this new vision, there is no Philosopher King. The search for the great man is abandoned as dangerous folly. Man is a fickle creature, the stranger argues, a puppet of the gods, jerked this way and that by the cords of pleasure and pain. Since we cannot find a ruler who is immune to these strings, we must replace the ruler with the rule. The law becomes the new tyrant, a rigid, unbending code that governs every aspect of life, from the way houses are built to the songs children are allowed to sing. Plato calls this the second best state, the city of Magnesia. It is not the ideal, but it is the survival strategy. It is the difference between a free climb up a cliff face, the Republic, and a walk up a staircase with high railings, the Laws. The view isn't as good, but you're less likely to fall to your death. The atmosphere of this work is suffused with the twilight of old age. You can feel Plato's stiff joints in the rigid geometry of the city he designs. He divides the land into exactly 5,040 lots, a number chosen not for its beauty, but because it is divisible by everything from 1 to 10 except 7, making tax calculation easy. He bans the sale of land. He bans interest on loans. He bans travel abroad for anyone under 40, fearing that foreign ideas will corrupt the citizens just as Syracuse corrupted him. It is a hermit kingdom, a North Korea of the mind designed to freeze time. Historians still argue whether the Laws represents a betrayal of his earlier idealism or the ultimate maturity of it. Is this the work of a bitter old man or a realistic genius? Perhaps it is both. It is the architectural drawing of a man who knows that the roof will leak because the wood is rotten. So he builds the walls 3 feet thick just in case. There is a poignant sensory detail in how he treats the subject of wine in this final book. In the Republic, the guardians were sober ascetics. In the Laws, Plato discusses drinking parties with a strange clinical obsession. He regulates who can drink, when they can drink, and how much. He views alcohol as a test of the soul, a way to simulate madness in a controlled environment. It feels like a callback to the drunken banquets of Dionysius, a memory that still haunts him. He is trying to legislate the chaos he witnessed, to put a fence around the wild beast of the appetite. He creates the Nocturnal Council, a group of old men who meet at dawn to oversee the state. A gerontocracy that mirrors his own position at the academy. He is no longer trusting the youth. He is trusting the elders who have survived. This shift from utopia to the iron law is the ultimate legacy of the failed experiment. Syracuse taught Plato that the inner constitution of the man is too unstable to support the state. You cannot rely on a Dion or a Dionysius. People die, people change, people get jealous. But the law, written on stone, memorized by children, enforced by magistrates, does not change. It is cold, yes. It is loveless, perhaps, but it is safe. And after being held hostage in the garden of the mercenaries, safety had become the most beautiful form of all. The old master put down his stylus, his hand trembling slightly, having built a city where no one would ever have to worry about a tyrant's mood swing again, because in Magnesia, no one, not even the king, was allowed to have a mood. The fortress of reason had become a prison of safety, and Plato locked the gate from the inside, content to live out his days in the quiet certainty of the rules. In the final architectural drawings of Plato's imagination, as the lights of the beautiful city of the Republic dimmed, a new and stranger structure began to rise in the twilight. It was not a palace for a king, nor a barrack for warriors, but a quiet, secluded chamber designed for the darkest hours of the night. In his last work, The Laws, Plato introduces the concept of the Nocturnal Council, the Nictorinos Sylagos. This was to be the brain of the state, the secret anchor that would hold the ship steady while the citizens slept. The image is profoundly atmospheric. Imagine a city of Magnesia, the second-best state, slumbering under a blanket of stars. The markets are empty, the gymnasiums are silent, and the laws are temporarily suspended by the oblivion of sleep. But high in the citadel, perhaps in a room adjoining the Temple of Apollo, a group of men is gathering. They meet every day between dawn and sunrise, in that grey liminal space where the world is quietest and the mind is sharpest. They are the guardians of the laws, and they are awake so that the city can dream in safety. The composition of this council is a telling reflection of Plato's own journey from the fire of youth to the chill of old age. Gone are the young, athletic warrior scholars of his earlier vision. The Nocturnal Council is a gerontocracy, a government of the old. It consists of the 10 oldest guardians of the law, the high priest, and the minister of education, who must be the best of all the citizens. These are men who have weathered the storms of life, whose passions have been cooled by time, whose eyes have seen the folly of ambition. It is, in essence, a committee of Platos, a gathering of scarred survivors who know that the world is dangerous and that youth is a form of madness. They sit in a circle, their white beards catching the first light of the sun, discussing not the price of wheat or the repair of roads, but the ultimate ends of the state. They are the theologians, the astronomers, the metaphysicians. They are the ones who look at the stars to ensure the city is still aligned with the cosmic order. There is a deep, protective melancholy in this vision. After the trauma of Syracuse, where the whim of a single young man, Dionysius, nearly destroyed civilization, Plato no longer trusted the singular. The Philosopher King was a point of failure. If he broke, everything broke. But a council is a web. If one man dies, the web holds. If one man goes mad, the others restrain him. The Nocturnal Council was Plato's attempt to institutionalize wisdom, to turn the genius of the individual into the routine of a committee. It was an admission that salvation cannot depend on personality. It must be built into the system, hidden away in the dark, protected from the applause and the boos of the crowd. These old men do not seek fame. They are invisible to the masses. They are the ghosts in the machine, the silent watchmen who ensure that the laws of the city remain fastened to the unchanging laws of the universe. But Plato, ever the teacher, adds a fascinating layer to this secret society. He realizes that a room full of old men is a recipe for stagnation. Old eyes can see the past, but they often miss the future, and so he mandates that each elder must bring with him a younger associate, a man between the ages of 30 and 40, to sit in the council, to listen, and to learn. The young are there to provide the eyes and legs. The old are there to provide the judgment. It is the perfect synthesis of the academy's structure, the transmission of wisdom from one generation to the next, unbroken night after night, century after century. It is Plato trying to ensure that there will never be another Dion left alone, and never another Dionysius left untaught. He is building a machine that breeds its own replacements, a perpetual motion engine of virtue that runs on the fuel of mentorship. The topics discussed in these pre-dawn meetings are the most dangerous and essential ideas of all. They discuss the existence of the gods, not the myths of Homer, which Plato despised, but the rational theology of a universe ordered by intellect. They discuss the movement of the planets, believing that astronomy is the highest form of piety because the stars obey laws perfectly. Unlike humans, they discuss the unity of virtue, trying to understand how courage, wisdom, and justice are all parts of one single good. It is high-altitude mountaineering for the mind, performed while the rest of the city is worrying about money or romance. The council is the soul of the state, and like the human soul, its most important work is done in the invisible realms. Yet, historians and political theorists have often looked at the Nocturnal Council with a shudder of unease. In its secrecy, its absolute power, and its religious fervor, they see the blueprint for the Inquisition, or the Politburo, or the secret police. It is a body answerable to no one, convinced of its own righteousness, operating in the shadows. Is this the dream of a sage, or the nightmare of a control freak? Perhaps it is the inevitable conclusion of a man who watched democracy kill Socrates and tyranny kill Dion. Plato had learned that openness is a vulnerability. If you let everyone into the room, someone will bring a knife. So in the end, he locked the door. He placed the ultimate power in the hands of a few, betting everything on the hope that if you train them hard enough and watch them closely enough and wait until they are too old to want anything else, they might, just might, rule for the sake of the good. As the sun rises over the imaginary city of Magnesia, turning the grey sky to gold, the members of the nocturnal council stand up. Their joints pop. They wrap their cloaks tighter against the morning chill. They have spent the night staring into the abyss of human nature, and building a bridge over it, they disperse into the city, invisible again, blending in with the waking crowds. The citizens will go about their day, buying and selling, arguing and laughing, unaware that their safety is held together by the thin silver thread of an old man's dream. The experiment of the Philosopher King had failed in the bright sun of Sicily. But here, in the quiet dark of the text, Plato found a way to keep the candle burning. The king is dead. Long live the council. The specific flawed human is gone. The abstract, perfect system remains. It was the final retreat of the idealist, pulling up the drawbridge and retiring into the citadel of the night, where the only thing that matters is the silent, perfect music of the spheres. In the deepest winter of his life, when the olive trees of the academy were stripped of their fruit and the winds from the north whistled through the colonnades, Plato turned his eyes away from the earth entirely. The mud of human politics, the petty betrayals of Syracuse, the murder of Dion, the squabbling of the Athenian assembly, had proven itself to be a realm of endless, suffocating disappointment. He had tried to build a house of reason on the shifting sands of human nature, and he had watched it collapse. Now, as an octogenarian, he sought a foundation that could never be shaken, a realm where there were no tyrants, no mobs, and no exiles. He found it in the only place that had never betrayed him, the cold, perfect, glittering silence of the mathematics. The final phase of Plato's life was a retreat into the Pythagorean mysticism that had fascinated him in his youth, a return to the belief that the universe is not made of stories, but of numbers. He became less of a political theorist and more of a high priest of geometry, seeking to decode the secret architecture of the divine. It was in these quiet years that he composed the Timaeus, a dialogue that is less a conversation and more of a hymn to the order of the cosmos. Imagine the old master sitting in the garden at night, his silver beard illuminated by starlight, tracing the movement of the planets with a trembling finger. He no longer asks, "What is justice?" or "What is courage?" Those are human questions for a human world. Now he asks, "How was the world made?" And the answer he writes down is a vision of breathtaking crystalline beauty. He introduces us to the demiurge, the divine craftsman. Unlike the gods of Olympus, who are jealous, lustful, and chaotic, reflections of human kings, the demiurge is a being of pure benevolence and reason. He looks at the primordial chaos of the universe, the shifting, unformed soup of matter, and he desires to make it beautiful. He does not snap his fingers and create ex nihilo. He labors. He imposes order on chaos. He is the ultimate architect, taking the messy stuff of existence and forcing it to obey the laws of proportion. This was Plato's final therapy. In Syracuse, he had tried to play the role of the demiurge, trying to impose the form of justice on the chaos of Dionysus, and he had failed because the material was too flawed. But the divine craftsman does not fail. He binds the universe together with bonds of love and proportion. He creates the world soul, a vast, invisible intelligence that permeates every atom of existence, stretching out across the heavens in the shape of a great X, the chi, binding the sphere of the stars to the sphere of the planets. For the aging Plato, This was the ultimate comfort. It meant that the universe was not a random accident. It was not a tale told by an idiot. It was a work of art. It was a cosmos, a Greek word that means both order and ornament. Even if the city of Athens was a mess, the galaxy was a masterpiece. To explain the physical world, Plato reached for the one language that transcends culture and time, geometry. In a dazzling leap of imagination that anticipates modern chemistry, he argued that the four elements, earth, air, fire, and water, were not just stuff, but shapes. Fire, he said, feels hot and sharp because its atoms are shaped like tetrahedrons, pyramids with sharp points that prick the skin. Earth is solid and stable because its atoms are cubes, blocks that stack perfectly. Water flows because its atoms are icosahedrons, nearly round shapes that roll over one another. Air is the octahedron, light and airy. And for the universe as a whole, he reserved the dodecahedron, the 12-sided shape that approaches the sphere, which the god used for embroidering the constellations on the whole heaven. These are the famous Platonic solids. To the modern scientist, they are interesting curiosities. To Plato, they were the alphabet of reality. He believed that if you looked deep enough into the heart of matter, you wouldn't find monsters or myths, you would find triangles. Historians and philosophers still argue fiercely about how literally Plato intended this mathematical theology. Was the demiurge a real god, or a metaphor for the power of reason? Did he truly believe the world was made of triangles, or was he offering a likely story, oikos mythos, because the human mind cannot grasp the absolute truth? The answer likely lies in the silence of the academy. For the old man, the distinction between metaphor and reality had begun to blur. The forms were more real to him than the stone bench he sat on. He began to teach his students that the good and the one were the same thing. He spoke of the indefinite dyad, the principle of duality and chaos, and how the one imposes limits upon it. It was abstract, difficult, esoteric stuff, far removed from the practical politics of his middle years. The students, Aristotle among them, scratched their heads and took notes, sensing that the master was drifting into a realm where they could not follow. He was becoming a citizen of the universe, preparing his soul to leave the cave forever. There is a profound peace in this final vision. The anger of the seventh letter, the bitterness of the republic, the rigidity of the laws, all of it melts away in the face of the Timaeus. Plato realizes that human life is just a tiny, fleeting movement within a vast, eternal clockwork. He advises us to align the revolutions of our soul with the revolutions of the heaven. In other words, stop looking at the shadows on the wall. Stop worrying about who is king or who is rich. Look up. Watch the slow, majestic turning of the great bear. Watch the perfect circle of the moon. In those movements, there is no greed, no fear, no betrayal. There is only the music of the spheres, a silent harmony that rings out across the void. The failed experiment of the Philosopher King was merely a stumble in the dark. The success of the geometer god was eternal. Plato had found his sanctuary. The walls of the academy could be breached, but the walls of the dodecahedron were invincible. He sat in the garden, an old man wrapped in wool, listening to the wind and hearing only numbers, finally content in a world where everything added up. In the quiet interludes between the heavy mathematical chanting of the Timaeus, a different kind of voice emerges, not the voice of a geometer explaining the structure of atoms, but the voice of a grandfather telling a ghost story by the fire. It is here, buried in the unfinished fragments of his late writings, that Plato plants the seed of the most enduring legend in human history, a story that has launched 1,000 expeditions, inspired countless novels, and obsessed explorers for 2 millennia. The story of Atlantis. But to the aging philosopher sitting in the academy, staring into the embers of his life, this was not an adventure tale for children. It was a political autopsy. It was the final haunting parable of his failed experiment, a warning letter addressed to the future, written in the ink of catastrophe. He calls it a true story, passed down from the wise lawgiver Solon, who heard it from the old priests of Egypt, those same priests who had once scolded the Greeks for being children with short memories. Now, at the end of his life, Plato summons this ancient memory to explain why empires fall. The camera of our imagination glides over the description of this lost civilization, painted with a level of sensory detail that suggests Plato was not just inventing, but remembering, perhaps piecing together the fragments of Minoan Crete, the wealth of Babylon, and the terrifying power of Syracuse into a single composite nightmare. He describes an island empire situated beyond the Pillars of Hercules, a land larger than Libya and Asia combined, a superpower that straddled the ocean. It was a paradise of terrifying abundance. The earth produced food without labor, the forests teemed with elephants, the mountains were rich with minerals. And in the center of this island lay a city of impossible geometry, a marvel of engineering that mirrored the concentric circles of the cosmos. Plato describes rings of land and water, alternating like the ripples in a pond, connected by massive canals and bridges. The walls were plated with metals, brass, tin, and a mysterious fiery red metal known as orichalcum, which glowed like fire in the sunlight. The central temple to Poseidon was a cavern of excess, filled with golden statues that touched the roof, where 10 kings gathered to drink from golden cups and pass judgment on the world. But Atlantis was not just a city of gold. It was a city of blood. It was the anti-Callipolis. If the ideal city of the Republic was built on the restraint of appetite, Atlantis was built on the glorification of it. It was Syracuse, raised to the power of 10. It was a civilization that had mastered the material world, the irrigation, the architecture, the naval power, but had forgotten the spiritual one. Plato writes that for many generations, the divine portion within the Atlanteans remained strong. They were obedient to the laws and kindly toward one another. But slowly, inevitably, the mortal element began to prevail. The gold entered their souls. They became drunk with luxury. They looked at their reflection in the mirror of the ocean and fell in love with their own power. They ceased to be guardians and became masters. The hubris that Plato had seen in the eyes of Dionysius II, the belief that a man can be a god simply because he owns a fleet, was the sickness that infected Atlantis. The narrative takes a dark turn as this fever of expansion pushes the Atlanteans outward. They are not content with their paradise. They want the world. Their fleets sweep through the Mediterranean, enslaving the peoples of North Africa and Italy, pushing toward Greece. They are the unstoppable force of imperialism, the embodiment of the will to power that ignores the will to good. And standing against this tidal wave of bronze and greed is a single small city-state, ancient Athens. This is not the Athens of Plato's time, the chaotic, noisy democracy that killed Socrates. This is a mythical prehistoric Athens, a city that functions exactly like the ideal state of the Republic. Its citizens are modest, they despise gold, they are ruled by wisdom, not wealth. It is the ultimate showdown between the philosopher, ancient Athens, and the tyrant, Atlantis. In the story, the virtuous Athenians, though outnumbered and abandoned by their allies, defeat the invaders. Virtue triumphs over excess. The David of reason stops the Goliath of appetite. But then, the universe intervenes. The victory of Athens is not enough to cleanse the world of the Atlantean sin. The corruption is too deep. The demiurge, or perhaps Zeus himself, looks down at this bloated, arrogant civilization and decides that surgery is required. In a single, terrifying paragraph that has echoed through the ages, Plato describes the cataclysm. There occurred violent earthquakes and floods, and in a single day and night of misfortune, all your warlike men in a body sank into the earth, and the island of Atlantis, in like manner, disappeared in the depths of the sea. It is a moment of total silent erasure. The golden walls, the orichalcum, the elephants, the fleets, all of it swallowed by the mud, leaving only an impassable shoal to mark the grave of ambition. Why did Plato write this now, in the winter of his life? Historians often argue that Critias, the dialogue containing the Atlantis myth, is unfinished because Plato died before he could complete it. But there is a more poetic possibility. Perhaps he stopped because he realized he had said everything that needed to be said. Atlantis was the ghost of Syracuse. It was the story of what happens when a state chooses power over philosophy. He had tried to save Dionysius from sinking into the mud of his appetites, and he had failed. Now he drowned an entire imaginary continent to make the point permanent. The myth serves as a memento mori for civilizations. It whispers that all the technology, all the wealth, and all the warships in the world cannot save a city that has lost its soul. In fact, those very things are the weights that drag it down. There is a profound twilight sadness in the way the dialogue breaks off. In the middle of a sentence, as Zeus is gathering the gods to deliver a speech about the punishment of the Atlanteans, the text simply ends. The voice of the storyteller falls silent. It is as if Plato looked up from his scroll, saw the shadows lengthening across the academy garden, and realized that no more words were needed. The silence is the ending. The ocean has closed over the city. The argument is over. The failed experiment of his own life has been mythologized into a cosmic tragedy. He leaves us standing on the shore, staring at the empty waves, left to wonder if our own civilization is the virtuous Athens or the doomed Atlantis waiting for the earth to shake. The final curtain of the drama does not fall on a battlefield or in a council chamber, but in a setting of chaotic, vibrant humanity that the old master had spent his life trying to regulate. A wedding feast. It is the year 347 BC. Plato is 80 years old. His body, once the broad vessel of a wrestler, is now frail, a weathered shell housing a mind that has traveled further than any Greek before him. He has been invited to celebrate the marriage of a student or a friend. History does not record the names of the happy couple, only the presence of the guest of honor. The scene is rich with sensory irony. The man who wrote The Republic, who argued for the abolition of the private family and the mating lottery, is now sitting in a room filled with the very things he sought to transcend: romantic love, kinship, the smell of roasted meat, and the loud rhythmic thumping of the olos, flute. The air is thick with the dust of becoming, the noise of a new generation beginning the messy, beautiful cycle of life all over again. Plato sits on a couch, likely propped up by cushions, watching the revelry with the detached benevolence of a traveler waiting for a train. He is famous now, a living monument. The guests approach him with reverence, offering him wine diluted with water, asking for a blessing. He smiles, perhaps a little wearily. He knows that these young people are not thinking about the forms or the definition of justice. They are thinking about sex, money, and the future, the shadows on the cave wall. But tonight, the old critic does not scold them. He has made his peace with the cave. He realizes, perhaps, that you cannot force the world to stare at the sun forever. Sometimes, people just need to dance. The failure of Syracuse has burned away the arrogance of the reformer, leaving behind the quiet acceptance of the sage. He watches the bride and groom, and maybe he sees in them the third kind he wrote about in the Timaeus, the receptacle, the nurse of generation, the vessel that keeps life going even when wisdom fails. As the evening deepens and the wine flows more freely, the noise of the symposium grows louder. The flute girl plays a frantic, high-pitched melody, a rhythm that drives the dancers to stomp the floor. To Plato's ear, attuned to the perfect silent harmonies of the cosmos, the music is jarring. It is unmathematical, a sonic disorder that rattles his tired nerves. Legend whispers that, even in his final moments, the perfectionist couldn't help himself, that he raised a trembling finger to correct the beat, to demand a rhythm more in tune with the divine order. But the gesture is feeble. The body is done. The animal that carries the soul is exhausted. He signals to a slave that he needs to rest, not wishing to stop the party, simply needing to step out of the current. He retires to a quiet room in the house, away from the clamor of the main hall. He lies down on a simple couch, closing his eyes against the flickering lamplight. The sounds of the wedding, the laughter, the clapping, the music, drift through the wall, muffled and distant, like the sound of the sea heard from a high cliff. It is a fitting soundtrack for his departure. The noise of the human world continuing its endless, messy spin. While he prepares to step off, he breathes slowly. The anger of the seventh letter is gone. The grief for Dion is gone. The disappointment of Syracuse is gone. His mind, trained by 80 years of discipline, begins to detach from the senses. He retreats into the interior citadel one last time. In the darkness behind his eyelids, the geometry returns. The confused shapes of the room dissolve into perfect triangles, cubes, and spheres. The music of the spheres begins to drown out the flute girl. He is moving toward the one. The transition is seamless. There is no struggle, no hemlock, no executioner. The man who defined philosophy as the practice of dying finds that he has practiced well. He simply stops. The pilot leaves the ship. The stargazer finally joins the stars. The discovery comes later, when the party is winding down, or perhaps when a servant comes to check on the master. They find him lying, as if asleep, his face composed in the terrifying calm of a statue. The news ripples through the house, silencing the music. The flute girl stops playing. The dancers freeze. The greatest of the Greeks is dead. The silence spreads from the house to the streets, and by morning, it reaches the grove of Academus. The students gather, stunned. Aristotle is there, perhaps feeling the sudden, vast emptiness of a world without his teacher. Speusippus, the nephew who will inherit the school, begins the practical arrangements. But amidst the grief, there is a sense of completion. He did not die in a prison in Sicily. He did not die in exile. He died in Athens, honored and safe, having built a fortress of thought that would outlast every stone in the city. They bury him in the academy, in the ground he bought with his own money, under the olive trees he planted. There is no massive pyramid, no gold-plated tomb like the kings of Atlantis, just a simple grave for a citizen of Athens. But the true monument is invisible. As the mourners disperse and the sun rises over the Hymettus mountains, the school does not close. The students open their scrolls. The dialogue continues. The experiment of the Philosopher King failed in the palace of the tyrant, but it succeeded in the mind of the West. The body is in the earth, but the Logos is loose in the world, and it will never be captured again. The wedding feast is over, but the conversation has just begun. The funeral of Plato was the end of a man, but the birth of an immortality that no tyrant could ever achieve. As the earth settled over his grave in the academy, the failed experiment of Syracuse began its slow, mysterious transmutation from a political tragedy into a spiritual triumph. History is often cruel to those who try to change it with ideas. It usually crushes them under the boot of the pragmatist. But Plato's failure was unique. By losing the battle for Syracuse, he won the war for the Western mind. The very fact that he could not build the republic on earth forced him to build it in the only place where it could be safe, in the heavens of the intellect. If he had succeeded, if Dionysius II had actually become a philosopher king, the result would likely have been a messy, compromised city-state that eventually fell to Rome or Carthage, just another footnote in the rise and fall of empires. But because he failed, the ideal remained pure. It remained the pattern laid up in heaven, a dream that could never be corrupted because it was never touched by human hands. The city of words became the eternal standard against which every real city is judged and found wanting. For 900 years, a span of time longer than the Roman Empire itself, the academy continued to operate among the olive trees. It survived the invasion of Sulla, the rise of Christianity, and the collapse of Rome. It became the lighthouse of the ancient world. While the palaces of Syracuse crumbled into dust, and the name of Dionysius became a trivia answer for historians, the students of Plato continued to walk the garden, keeping the sacred fire of dialectic burning. The forms he saw, justice, beauty, truth, became the vocabulary of the human race. When early Christians looked for a way to explain their God, they reached for Plato. When Renaissance artists looked for a way to paint the soul, they reached for Plato. When modern revolutionaries dreamed of a perfect society, they were unknowingly walking on the roads Plato laid down in his disappointment. The upward gaze, he taught us, never really looked down again. But the final irony is the most beautiful. The man who wanted to banish the poets became the greatest poet of philosophy. The man who wanted to replace myths with mathematics created the most enduring myth of all. He taught us that the world we see, the messy, painful, broken world of the cave, is not the real world. He gave us permission to believe that there is something more, something perfect, and shining behind the veil of reality. It is a dangerous idea, yes. It has led to zealotry and utopian nightmares. but it is also the source of our greatest hope. It tells us that we are not just animals fighting for scraps in the mud. We are souls capable of remembering the sun. The failed experiment was not a dead end. It was a signpost pointing to a destination we haven't reached yet. As we stand in the ruins of history, looking at the broken columns of Syracuse and the faded papyrus of the Republic, we realize that the Philosopher King was never meant to be a man. It was meant to be a mirror. And in that mirror, we see not what we are, but what we might one day become. Now, let the heavy scroll of history roll shut. The ink is dry, the arguments are finished, and the centuries have settled into silence. The noise of the Syracusan court, the shouting of the mercenaries, and the scratching of the stylus. All of it fades away, leaving only the quiet hum of the night. Imagine yourself standing in the center of the academy, alone in the grove. The air is cool and smells of ancient stone and sleeping earth. Above you, the sky is a vast, dark dome, pinned with the same stars that Plato watched, the same geometric constellations turning in their perfect, silent circles. There is no more need to think, no more need to solve the puzzle of the world. The geometry of the universe is holding you, safe and sure. The triangles and the spheres are spinning their slow, invisible lullaby, weaving a net of order that catches you as you fall, deeper and deeper into rest. The forms are dissolving into soft, shapeless light. The questions are melting into dreams. You are safe here, in the garden of the mind, where the olive leaves whisper the oldest truth of all, that after the struggle, there is peace. After the noise, there is silence. And after the long, steep climb out of the cave, there is finally sleep. Close your eyes. The city is built. The work is done. Drift away now into the perfect, starless velvet of the night. Sweet dreams.